Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and get started. It's 7 o'clock. Welcome, welcome. I never do it, but I'm supposed to bang the gavel. There, we are now called to order. Let's go ahead and start with roll call.
Mayor Bagley.
Here.
Council members Christensen, Finley, Martin, Peck, Rodriguez, Waters. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Great. Let's go ahead and start with the pledge. I didn't forget it this week. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, let's go ahead and a reminder that this is being viewed live stream on www.longmontcolorado.gov. Also, at the public invited to be heard. If your name is on this list, you get to speak. If not, you're going to have to wait till next week because tonight's a study session. So is there anyone that has not put their name on this list that wants on this list? All right. With that, Councilmember Peck.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I have a comment and then a motion. Based upon our Friday morning meeting, we had, which was a discussion on the homelessness, we weren't allowed to give direction or make a motion at that point, so I'm going to make a motion that I move that we direct staff through Alberto in the Health and Human Services Department to bring back the requested data, including the data as to how many people who were referred to the Boulder shelter but chose not to go. We didn't put that in on Friday, so I would like that added to it.
For those of you at home, I'm eating graham crackers. Like, well, if they're watching, like, what the hell's the mayor eating? It's graham crackers. So my question is, we gave some direction to staff. We didn't take an official vote, but you had consensus, right? My understanding is that you were going to prepare a matrix of basically what is the homeless population, where do they come from, what services are they getting, whether or not they're Longmont or Longmont residents, and all understanding that the data sources differ. But what is your understanding?
We were going to prepare a white paper with a matrix that broke down the homeless discussion in terms of seniors, families, those with domestic violence and abuse, veterans, and then various categories of individuals, have the data associated with those categories, what we're doing in those categories, what are potential options that we're not doing, and provide that to council with the specific focus you all talked about is on the individual piece, also evaluating that concept of, and I dropped the term, safe lot, as
Right.
part of the individual piece.
Okay, so
But I didn't think, excuse me,
No, no.
Mayor, I didn't think that we could make a motion or have a discussion or give direction outside of this body
as long as
at
it's
a meeting.
as long as it's posted, we can't take a motion to make ordinance, law, et cetera, but we can give staff direction. And so but I want to make sure your motion gets understood, Councilmember Peck. So that is what they're doing, but you
Right.
wanted to add something. So what is the motion? What are you making sure that's in that report?
The amount of people that the coordinated entry referred to the Boulder Shelter but did not go, and the reasons for that.
Okay,
That
I
would
think
be-
that would be part of the data that
Exactly.
goes into the
It should
matrix.
be.
Okay, we
Yeah.
can, so, but there is a motion on the floor and it's been seconded, so we need to vote. So let's go ahead and vote. And the motion is to add the information that Councilmember Peck just said to the matrix. Someone needs to push their button harder. All right, that passes unanimously. All right, thanks, Councilmember Peck. All right, moving on.
Mayor, before you go to
Yeah.
that, I want to announce one more time. Is there anyone in the audience who is driving a red, what kind of car? A red car parked on Emory Street, which is behind the building. Is there anyone in the audience in a car like that?
Because we're gonna blow it up. And we're gonna go out back and watch.
Somebody left their keys in it and they were turned into us, and so.
Oh, my car.
Yeah.
No,
So-
just kidding. All right.
So, okay.
Okay, cool, thanks. All right, then, can we get the screen cleared, just in case there's nobody, I wanna see if there's somebody in the queue. All right, nobody in the queue. So, assuming there's nobody else that would like to discuss potential future agenda items, let's go on to public invited to be heard. We've got the list. We're gonna read it in order. I'm gonna set you up for 3 minutes. And at 3 minutes, no matter how much I love you or love what you're saying, I'm going to have to cut you off. So let's go ahead and start with Jay Gleitz. And then when you approach the podium, if you could say your name and address, that'd be great.
J.D. Gleitz,
Starting you over.
2113 Rangeview Lane, Longmont. Good evening, council members and Mayor Bagley. I would like to support the proposed wildlife management plan with the changes suggested by Stan with our St. Vrain. I also feel that those changes pertaining to development should be included in the Longmont Development Code. I'd like to speak to a comment I've heard voiced by council every time this subject's been discussed. That statement is something similar to, we'll have to check with legal to see if this is even possible within use by right laws. That statement leaves the council and public with the idea that this may be a waste of time and perhaps not even legal. To clarify, use by right refers to a property owner's use of property and structures in manners consistent with that which is listed as permissible in the zoning district in which the property is located. Colorado Revised Statutes 2920-104 addresses power of local governments and states provides the ability of local governments to plan for and regulate 8 different concerns. Concerning wildlife, it specifically states under 29-20-104-1B, each local government within its respective jurisdiction has the authority to plan for and regulate the use of land by protecting lands from activities which would cause immediate or foreseeable material danger to significant wildlife habitat and would endanger a wildlife species. I hope this will allow you to put your attention on the subject without paying attention to the scare tactics of supposed violations of use by right. I also hope you will direct staff to apply the suggested City Council 2/3 vote for approval of any variance of the riparian setback. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Sherry Malloy.
Good evening, Mayor Bagley, City Council members. Sherry Malloy, 2113 Rangeview Lane. I'm here to speak about the long-awaited Wildlife Management Update Plan. The WMP is in line with Council's 2018 Work Plan Goal B2 to protect and respect our natural amenities. Both Envision Longmont and the Sustainability Plan call for stewardship of Longmont's natural resources. Natural Resources staff and the consultant deserve praise for conducting a transparent and thorough process involving 3 public meetings and presentations to the Sustainability Advisory Board and Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. Both boards voted to unanimously support this plan. At each of these 5 meetings, residents were able to speak and provide input in writing. There were also ample opportunities for the public to provide input to the new Engage Longmont website and to email staff. Because the WMP is the last item on tonight's agenda, I'm concerned staff will be rushed on their presentation. Therefore, I'm going to read and highlight some of the sections of the executive summary from your packet now. Quote, in 2006, a wildlife management plan was adapted to preserve existing wildlife habitats, improve degraded habitat, promote the coexistence of wildlife and human activities, and ensure that Longmont's high quality of life was maintained for its residents. It goes on, quote, to the extent possible, wildlife management should strive to preserve existing wildlife habitats, promote the improvement of degraded habitats, and to identify additional natural lands for future protection. Key management techniques to achieve these goals include allowing natural ecosystem processes to function, preserving and restoring natural patterns of vegetation, managing development to minimize conflict between human and wildlife uses, and providing buffers between human activities and key wildlife habitats. They should also include sufficient riparian setbacks and provide best management practices for maintaining natural stream corridors, end quote. The summary also makes reference to existing data gaps, resulting in deficient, vital information regarding current and potential wildlife and habitat within city limits. This needs to be rectified in order to properly manage wildlife and habitat moving forward. Additional staff is needed to organize this data with programs like citizen science, and an environmental planner needs to be involved in future development. Without this information and personnel, the protections and goals outlined in this plan will not be realized. Finally, the summary ends with a paragraph titled Key Policies, which speaks to the need for additions or modifications to city ordinances or the Land Development Code. This plan is very good and just needs some tweaks provided by Stand With St. Frank Creek. The 2 tables sent to you by Jamie contain 12 suggested changes, many of which are very simple. Therefore, please choose option 2 and direct staff to make the suggested modifications for a more complete plan to protect Longmont's wildlife and habitat. Thank you.
Thank you. And by the way, I forgot to start it at 3 minutes. So you might think, I always know that you go 2 minutes, 59 seconds, always. So I just assumed that when I started it, I miscounted. And I'm sure your clock was better than mine. So no problem. All right, Ian, sir. I will not make that mistake again tonight. And we're starting now.
Ian Sear, 525 East 16th Ave. Thank you, Mayor Bagley and City Council, for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm here to address the Wildlife Management Plan update. My concern is with the language for granting a variance from the 150-foot setback for stream corridors and riparian areas in 15.05.020 of the Land Development Code. This language has not been modified from the language currently in place and results in a low bar for developers to obtain approval to build within our riparian conservation buffer. To wit, Criterion 2 states that the reduced riparian setback may be warranted if the reduced setback is, quote, consistent with the scope of the development, taking into consideration existing conditions and the extent of site changes, end quote. Similarly, Criterion 3 states that a reduced riparian setback may be warranted if, quote, the conservation plan demonstrates an absence of wildlife species or existing or potential wildlife habitat along the river or stream corridor or riparian area, end quote. While I believe these criteria have the best intentions in mind, I have no doubt that they can, have, and will be easily manipulated to provide setbacks to any developments that bother to take the minimal effort to try and get around them. I believe that the city of Longmont should, instead, follow in the footsteps of the city of Fort Collins, which has adopted 9 performance standards a development must meet in order to qualify for a reduced setback. A more expansive and robust set of criterion will ensure that modified setbacks are provided only in cases that are actually working to protect and preserve these streams and stream corridors and riparian habitats. After all, the aim of the Wildlife Management Plan is not to prohibit development, but, quote, for achieving coexistence with wildlife and, as suggested by the Board of Environmental Affairs, for preserving wildlife and their habitats, end quote. We need to ensure that all developments truly coexist with the wildlife and their habitats to provide a city that meets the needs of all the inhabitants, not just the human ones. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. All right, Kevin Gallagher.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Gallagher. I live at 9376 Rogers Road. You've heard me before, and so going forward, I just wanted to inform the council that Kevin Molstein, the lead developer on the HMS Mountain Brook project, contacted me after our legal and fair appeal hearing in which we prevailed. And he contacted me Wednesday trying to circumvent the planning department to show me all the wonderful plans and talk about the veterans. I told him that no one is opposed to his plan. We're opposed to the way that we're treated in this process. Your planning department has failed to provide us with any information regarding the impacts, an adequate way for us to understand the adverse impacts. We have absolutely no information for this development and for the others going back over 5 years. We're not a NIMBY. We know this will happen. But we also know that the county is now requiring us to have a 15-foot setback at the back of our lands if we want to replace our fence because of the infill behind us. That the county is requiring us to raise our houses by 2 feet to raise any permits because of the infill behind us. All we're asking for is that you help us understand that your planning department do their job. Yesterday, Mr. Molstein contacted me again. Again, I told him I don't speak for all the residents. I just happen to be pretty loud. And I said, if you can arrange a meeting with the planners and HMS, I will guarantee that I'll try to get all the residents to attend. But why is Mr. Molstein now doing the job of the planning department? The fact that we've never had a meeting or any follow-up on any of our concerns, which are pretty reasonable considering where we live. We all flooded in 2013. We all flooded on Mother's Day in 2014. We're all concerned about the air traffic that we see, and we're very concerned about the character of our neighborhood changing with the improvements, quote unquote, to Rogers Road that have never been specified. So please, ask your planning department to do their job, and we won't have to work around you with Kevin Molstein, and that's all we're asking for. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you. That's good. Stephen South.
Hey folks, I'm Stephen South. Most of the time you can find me at 318 Main Street. It's my office location. Thanks for having me. Mayor Bagley, good evening. The reason I'm coming here is
Get your mic right up there to your face. The
Oh,
paper's going to want to hear.
Am I too tall for it?
There you go.
Sorry. So you got me, I think I'm the only guy talking about inclusionary housing here in the wildlife refuge, so that's pretty rough. But I do have a bachelor's degree in environmental science, so maybe that makes me a little bit more popular with you guys. I wanted to talk to you guys about inclusionary housing, the ordinance that was passed, how it's affected a project that I'm dealing with right now. I sent you guys an email to which I've received a few responses. My firm is developing a lot of land that's on 710, 708 Martin Street. It's a small development, originally planned for 9 units. So we wanted to build this in a multiplex, kind of multifamily arrangement so that we could provide lower and more affordable housing already to people who are going to have jobs such as labor jobs, civil work, single parents, people transitioning from renting to going to owning their own home. That was the original plan. Since then, that was 2 years ago when we purchased the land, we started getting into the design, architectural, civil engineering, going through permitting. And as they were going to be condos, we were going to avoid the inclusionary housing. We recently made the decision to go to a townhome, subdivide the plat, for the reasons of the insurance being so costly. The bank financing wasn't very good terms for the condo financing. So after subdividing the plat, we ended up with essentially having to conform to the inclusionary housing. And that's okay. The only thing I wanted to tell you guys primarily was that after all of this, we've been developing for 2 years now, or we've been planning for 2 years. Now we have all of our banking in place, and we've kind of been thrown a curveball at the end of the line here. So we only have, the only option we have is to go forward, kind of lean into it, and hope for the best. I was hoping you guys might be able to make some concessions for the historical preservation that we're doing on the property. We're going to leave the original house, 710 Martin, in place because of some historical relevance it has to the 80s. There's a racial tension issue. And then I also might ask that you could put smaller units or smaller developments, anything under 12 units, might have a way out of the inclusionary housing as well. That's it.
Cool.
Thank you.
With 2 seconds to spare. Thanks. All right, let's go ahead and hear from John Lovell.
My name is John Lovell. I'm a resident at 1137 Fall River Circle here in Longmont. Tonight I'm speaking on behalf of Habitat for Humanity. You're talking about agenda item 5B. You'll be hearing about some changes in planning and as that relates to inclusionary housing. I wanted to speak about one particular item. There's a suggestion by staff that you remove the expedited review process, development process. I would like to make a suggestion that an alternative might be if you want to incentivize developers to develop more affordable housing, it might make sense to have a higher threshold. So they have to do 12% with inclusionary zoning. Maybe if they're doing 25%, 35%, council can decide whatever that is, of those houses being affordable, that one of the incentives that I think would help developers, including your nonprofit developers in town, is to have a threshold that they have to cross, and then they would get expedited development time in the planning process. So that's my suggestion, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Lovell. All right, Ms. Ruby Bowman.
Mayor Bagley and council members, Ruby Bowman, 1512 Left Hand Drive. I would like to emphasize a few important points regarding code revisions to protect riparian areas. And these are the same ones I mentioned last week. 1, directs staff to do a complete revision of the variance criteria for reduced riparian setback, modeling it after Fort Collins buffer performance standards. Require a 2/3 majority vote or a unanimous vote of council to approve a variance for a reduced setback. 3, natural resources should provide the recommendation to council for a variance request. 4, improve the submittal requirements for the plan content of the species and habitat conservation plan so they are comprehensive and detail-oriented. 5, if a developer submits a poor quality conservation plan and natural resources staff rejects the plan, the planning director should immediately hire its own expert consultant to do the conservation plan at the applicant's expense. This can be done under the provision retention of experts in the development code. 6, require the applicant to review habitat species databases listed in the development code. There should be no exception to this rule. And finally, the city should provide specific design requirements for development projects built next to riparian areas. Longmont has a provision in the land development code that requires development projects next to stream corridors to be designed to complement the visual context of the natural area. This does not seem to be enforced by the city from what I've seen being built next to Left Hand Creek just off of Pike. Longmont residents value wildlife and habitat, and this observation is backed up by the results of the 2018 Open Space Survey, which revealed the top 3 priorities of our residents. 1, protecting nature areas from development. 2, protecting rivers, creeks, riparian areas, and wetlands. 3, preserving wildlife habitat. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. All right, let's hear from Mr. Chris Boardman.
Good evening, Mayor Bagley, members of City Council. Chris Boardman, 1512 Left Hand Drive. Regarding the wildlife maintenance plan update, I'm in general agreement with recommendations that have been made by Stand With Our St. Vrain Group. I'd like to give special emphasis to these points. As has been stated by others more eloquently just before me, in the Land Development Code, the variance criteria for reduced riparian setbacks are weak to the point that most developments would qualify for a reduced setback. Granting a variance should be an exception, not the rule. Please implement stronger criteria that are more than routine boxes to be checked off a list. The performance standard enforced by City of Fort Collins provide a good model for setback variance criteria that will ensure real protection of riparian habitat. Second, submission requirements for a species and habitat conservation plan should be strengthened to require a comprehensive and meaningful wildlife survey, and any plan that does not meet those requirements should be rejected. I have looked at some of the wildlife reports submitted by developers in the past, and again, these appear to be perfunctory efforts to check off a routine box on a checklist. For example, there was one report from Harvest Junction that basically said, I took a look and there was no significant wildlife to worry about. There was no indication of duration, time of day, or methodology. That report should not have been accepted. Lastly, I would like to agree that natural resources should be an integral part of the planning and development review process in all cases. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boardman. All right, Mr. Kevin Mulshine.
Mayor, City Council, Kevin Mulshine, 5139 Old Ranch Drive, Longmont, Colorado. Just real quick, I want to make 2 points actually on item number 5. Number 1 is just putting things in context as far as taking a look at the code with the inclusionary housing ordinances. Please keep in mind, you guys worked incredibly hard to adopt the Envision Longmont. You worked for years on it. Your planning department worked incredibly hard on it. And it had to be adopted. It was adopted, then the land code to support it was adopted. We weren't able to get to the inclusionary housing ordinance, which I think was a real community initiative, until the end of the year. Therefore, there's mismatches today. For instance, if somebody wants to build a 40-foot lot, which is actually good, provides more affordable housing, they have to first prove by the code to build a 40-foot house, they have to prove that they're meeting the IZO, which is kind of backwards. So there's some inconsistencies that would just make planners' lives a lot easier, and frankly, without changing anything, would provide incentives to build smaller homes. Number 2, the other point I wanted to make was John stole my thunder. We're full-time developers, but on a part-time we work with Habitat and others on helping them with their projects. There is, and I can say this as a developer, If Habitat or somebody else brings a project in here, I'm fine if they're put to the front of the line. They should be put to the front of the line. So if you have an expedited process with a threshold for where you have to go, kind of gets into the whole issue of sustainability. It's a reward for somebody, but a reward especially for, it's hard enough for people like Habitat or in between to try and come up with the development dollars and expertise to get it done. I would just encourage you to do two things. One is make sure you put some kind of a benchmark so that they can still be expedited. Number two, give them as much flexibility in the size and development code and the size of the homes and lots, because there's something between a tiny home for a veteran and something that's required by code today that is a perfectly fine house for somebody who's struggling to live in Longmont. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Strider-Benston.
Someday I'll walk better again. Strider Benston, 951 17th. Don't mean to be a broken record, but new things keep happening of the same nature. Last week it was 90 degrees in Fairbanks, Alaska. It's only 40 degrees above normal, you know. And but don't worry about the climate, you know. It's just a game. A hoax, right? A Chinese hoax. And the camps on the border and everything. Today, for the first time, to my knowledge, ever, the president was chastised or condemned by Congress for making explicitly racist statements to assault 4 congresswomen. And in the course of that, the vote was 240 on one side. There were 4 Republicans who actually voted for the bill. 2 of them are retiring, though. But the president said, go back home and clean up the broken countries from where you came. Well, one of them came from Queens. You know, isn't that interesting? The very same town the president came from. So maybe she's trying to do that. But his advisor talked about the these women represent the dark underbelly of America. But no, you can't call that racist. I had a friend back in Chicago. We were both active in the labor movement and civil rights. He was president of the Boilermakers Union in Chicago, and I was steward in the Teamsters. And one time we got to talking with this Southern woman, and she got to yelling at him, go back to Russia where you came from. And he said, but Mama, I was born in Birmingham. Maybe nobody got that, but it's true. I know. But I may be out of here in a few days. I'm going to NAACP National in Detroit as a delegate from Boulder County. So things might get interesting, but be aware of this racist game going on. It will get worse. He will get worse. I've already talked about what happened in Germany. Pay attention. Thank you.
Thanks, Strider. All right, that concludes public invited to be heard this evening. Do we have any, and actually before, this is just a quick question. I didn't see this on my desk, but I was contacted this week, and there's some residents of Lou Miller Park. Have you heard about, do you know what's going on there? And can we talk just maybe tomorrow morning about this? Okay, cool. That'll work. And then if we'll just talk. You can fill me in, okay? Because I don't want to kill the raptors or the water birds. So, all right, let's go ahead. And are there any special reports or presentations by staff? No, right? Okay, let's go ahead. We are going to mix things up just a little bit. We're going to start because we have an attorney present, and he charges more than the other consultants. We're going to go ahead and keep 5A in place, but then we will review, we'll go ahead and review and discuss the adoption of the Wildlife Management Plan update after that, so our consultants can head home. So let's go ahead with 5A, City of Longmont Wireless Telecommunications and the deployment of small cell technology.
Mayor Bagley and council members, my name is Ashley Green and I'm a planner with the Department of Planning and Development Services. In response to a recent House bill and an FCC order on small cell wireless telecommunications, Council had asked for an overview of the changing landscape of wireless technology and more specifically the deployment of small cell technologies. We've invited Ken Fellman here tonight, who is the City Special Counsel for Telecommunications Law. He is here to make a presentation on the current state of the law concerning small cell infrastructure and the limits placed on municipal government by state and federal law. So with that, I'd like to invite Mr. Fellman up for his presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. It's nice to be here. Years ago, I used to sit on that side of the dais, and we had the same rule when someone was in the audience billing by the hour, so I appreciate that. I'll try to use your budget wisely. So I want to
speak faster.
Well, I want to somewhat quickly go through this PowerPoint presentation on the state of the law, and I want to leave plenty of time for your questions. So we're going to talk about the legal framework. Before we do, just some introductory comments. There are challenges that both local governments and the industry, the wireless industry, is facing with the deployment of 5G technology and upgrade of 4G technology. We have rapidly changing technology. The industry is dealing with increased customer demand. Many local governments are dealing with increased, better service demands for wireless coverage throughout communities. And both the industry and local governments are looking to put in place and operate fair and efficient review processes. But we have some special unique issues to local government that concern us that are not on the top 10 list of the industry. We're concerned about clutter and public safety issues. Obviously, citizen concerns are important to the extent that we have authority to address them. We want to make sure that the rights of way are used in a way that respects their primary use, which is the safe and efficient movement of vehicular and pedestrian traffic. We want to make sure our staff is able to operate in this changing environment, and we are dealing with some federal and state preemptions, and we're going to be dealing with more going forward, and we're trying to figure out how to best operate in that changing environment. So let's start with Colorado statute. In 2017, we had legislation in Colorado. It's been portrayed in a number of different ways. I was fairly involved as a general counsel of the Colorado Communication and Utility Alliance, which Longmont is a member of, and working with CML in lobbying on this bill. It is one of about 23 or 24 now state small cell bills. We didn't think we needed a bill in Colorado. We felt like we were dealing with siting issues just fine. The industry insisted on a bill. Fortunately, we had a sponsor in the House who was respectful of local government and encouraged or actually demanded that the local government community and the industry sit down and negotiate and make compromises. And because of that, at the time, I was really hoping we had no bill. But in looking at some of the other state bills that we have now around the country and the new FCC rules, I would hesitate to use the word state preemption and the word best in the same sentence. But I would say that compared to all of the other state small cell bills, our statute sucks the least. So that's the way we categorize that. It basically creates, and this was the negative thing, that small cells are a use by right in any zoning district. But importantly, it makes them subject to local police powers, which makes them subject to local zoning requirements. We have a state definition of small cell, which I'll talk about in a little bit in comparison to the federal definition. We had existing in state law shot clocks, which mirrored the federal shot clock. So it applied the existing state shot clocks to wireless, small cell wireless facilities, and it allowed for what we call batched applications, where if a company had multiple applications, they could file them all at once as part of one application. The bill authorizes the use of government-owned poles. So you have an electric utility here, you have utility poles, you have streetlight poles, and to the extent that any local government owns those poles, there is a right to use them, but subject to local police powers. So, for example, if you have public safety equipment on a pole and a small cell would potentially interfere or cause other safety-related issues, you can eliminate that pole from use. Our bill does not limit the fees that can be charged unless those fees would be limited if the local government were regulated under the federal pole attachment rules. The federal pole attachment rules are not 100% clear as to whether they apply to small cell attachments. They do apply to wireline attachments, so that's kind of in the gray area right now. Then the FCC came out with an order in 2018. In September, we call the small cell order. The key language in the federal law that was adopted in 1996 preserves local authority in wireless siting as long as our regulations do not prohibit or effectively prohibit the ability to provide service. The FCC has now interpreted what it means to prohibit or effectively prohibit as if you materially inhibit a company from providing service, you're effectively prohibiting them. So that's Washington speak. We still don't know exactly what it means, but then they created a number of tests to determine if a local government regulation would materially inhibit. So we now have a test on what the maximum fees are, what kind of aesthetic requirements can be imposed, whether you can impose undergrounding and spacing obligations, how fast we have to act on applications. And if you don't meet any of these FCC tests, you are presumed to be materially inhibiting the ability of a company to provide service in violation of federal law. And they create cost caps for fees that can be charged for facilities both inside, in the right-of-way, and also outside of the rights-of-way. They create 2 new shot clocks, shorter shot clocks for small cells, and they redefine the term co-location, both from the way the FCC used to define it and from the way we define it in state law. I would point out that right at the beginning of the FCC order, they recognized at the time there were 20 state laws, and they said almost nothing in this order is going to preempt anything that's in any of those state laws. And then the next 100 pages of the order, they never said what it was that they did intend to preempt. So when you say almost nothing in here is going to preempt anything in state law, that seems to suggest that maybe something in there is intended to preempt something in state law, but they never tell us what it is. So a couple of conflicts that we have that are fairly material. We define co-location under state law, and the FCC used to define it as adding to a facility, a structure that already has a wireless facility. We are co-locating, right? We're adding to a facility where wireless already exists. The FCC rules now say if you mount equipment on any pre-existing structure, even if it hasn't been approved to allow for a site, that's co-location. So Mayor Bagley, if you decide you want to do a deal with AT&T and let them put a few antennas on the roof of your house, that would be a co-location under the new FCC rules. Don't get any ideas, just saying. The state definition of what a small cell is and the federal definition both say the antennas can be no more than 3 cubic feet. Our state law says the other equipment, the ancillary equipment, the meters, the radio equipment that goes with the antennas can be no more than 17 cubic feet with some exceptions. The FCC rule says 28 cubic feet and can be mounted on a structure of up to 50 feet in height. So if you want to picture what 28, what does 28 cubic feet look like? I went on Google Images and I typed in 28 cubic feet. You know what came up? A whole bunch of refrigerator ads. A large refrigerator freezer, 28 cubic feet. So imagine cutting that up into 4 or 5 pieces, sticking it on the side of a pole. That's a small cell under federal law. We have a shot clock in Colorado that I said adopted the previous federal shot clock, which is 90 days. Whether you're doing a location of a new, on a new site or a co-location of an existing site, the federal rules now say if you're co-locating small cells, putting them on any existing site, whether it's a streetlight pole or the mayor's house, it's 60 days. You have to act on the application. If you have a brand new facility, so you're building a standalone pole that will have a wireless antenna on it, you have 90 days to act. If the city requires, and many cities do, require pre-application meetings where they come in and get a feel for what does the code require, what do I have to do to get my application in place. If they offer to tender an application at the pre-application meeting, right? You're not supposed to have an application in, it's just to go over what the process is. The FCC says the shot clock starts at the pre-application meeting. So think about that. You have to start a shot clock before you actually have an application in hand that complies with your regulations. Licensing and permit fees under our state law, and this is not related just to telecommunications or wireless. We've had this law in Colorado for years. Municipal fees have to be limited to cost recovery, whether it's a permit fee, trenching in the streets, a fee to apply, an engineering permit fee, or now a wireless permit. Whatever our fees are, they have to reflect our actual costs. You probably have a process where each year the city updates its fee schedule. Am I right about that? So as long as you can demonstrate that your fees reflect what the actual cost to the city is of processing these applications, that's legal under Colorado law. The FCC creates a presumption that if the total amount of your fees, that's the application fee for the small cell site, if they need a lane closure fee, a construction permit fee, total amount of all fees, if it exceeds $500, the FCC assumes that it's too high and you are materially inhibiting the ability to provide service. $1,000 for fees if it's a new pole, and if you wanted to rent space on the pole, no more than $270 per small wireless facility per year. Some communities allow these attachments and don't charge a lot of money. Others charge $2,000 and $3,000 a month, or have been charging $2,000 and $3,000 a month for these attachments. The FCC is now trying to limit that to $270 per year. Under state law, it does have the mandate that these companies can use local government structures in the rights-of-way, but it's subject to local police powers. So again, if we have public safety issues or zoning issues, we have the right to dictate whether and how those facilities are used. Under the FCC rules, it says this applies to all government structures in the rights-of-way that are suitable for housing small cells, and it is not limited to zoning or other kinds of police power restrictions. Aesthetics. Under state law, because they're subject to local zoning, we can impose aesthetic requirements. Under the FCC rules, they say you can impose aesthetic requirements if they meet three conditions. One, they're objectively reasonable. Two, they're no more burdensome than what you apply to other types of infrastructure deployments in the rights-of-way. And three, they're objective and published in advance. It's easy to publish them. Having them in the code or separate design standards on the website is fine, but what does objectively reasonable mean? To have aesthetics, almost the definition of aesthetic standards is that they're not objective. If you're trying to protect a view corridor in front of a beautiful park in the city of Longmont, the way you look at a site is different than if the same exact site is proposed in an industrial zone. And the view corridor there is very different. And how you make that objective, I'm not sure. That's one of the problems with the FCC order. Undergrounding under state law, again, because we can impose aesthetic requirements and public safety requirements. So if you have a narrow right-of-way and there's ground-mounted equipment that the company wants, you can make them undergrounded if appropriate. The FCC order says that even if it's legal under state law, undergrounding might be preempted by federal law if it materially inhibits the provision of wireless service. So there's a lawsuit waiting to happen. Spacing requirements permitted under state law, mostly to protect community character, not so much under federal law. Again, the FCC would look at it as, is this objectively reasonable? And again, they don't really define what they mean by that. The last issue I wanted to mention before I open it up to questions, I think this is my last issue before I wanted to mention, is the issue of radio frequency emission. That's an issue that is of great concern to many people in our communities. I'm seeing it in communities not just all over the state, but all over the country. And we have very, very limited authority under federal law to deal with this issue. The 1996 Telecom Act, Congress said that any federal or any state rather or local regulation or attempts to regulate based on the health effects, I think the exact wording is the environmental effects, but it includes health of radio frequency emissions, is preempted. And there is case law, including case law on the 10th Circuit, which Colorado is part of, that has supported that, a broad preemption. The FCC has the sole authority to set these standards. The FCC actually has standards in place, but they haven't been updated in years. And they, over 6 years ago, they came out with an order that modified some of their standards, and they issued a new notice of proposed rulemaking and a new notice of inquiry saying that they were going to go further and continue to update the standards. They have not acted on that for over 6 years. The docket itself, where the original rules were adopted, was from the early 2000s. Somebody pointed out to me that this docket is almost old enough to vote. So the FCC has no problem telling us that we have to act within 60 days, but they can take 6 or more years with a docket open and really, they could do us a great service if they would take some of these medical studies and analyze them and come up with updated standards that would apply to 5G. Their current standards purportedly apply to 5G, but they don't have direct discussion of them because there was no 5G when the standards were written. So there has been a lot of advocacy, including Longmont through its participation in the CCUA group, encouraging our federal delegation to use their legislative oversight authority over the FCC to please get this docket done, because it would give us a very useful tool to share with our citizens, especially Senator Gardner. If any of you have input with him, he serves on the Senate Commerce Committee and the subcommittee that deals with telecom, so he is the one that has, and he is also a member of the same party as the chairman of the FCC, so he's in the best position of any member of our delegation to actually exert some influence in this area. Diana DeGette from Denver is on the similar committee on the House side, so she is of the House members, she's the most important one. Lastly, here I have 2 links to some information. One is, the last one is to the FCC page on what their current rules are. The LSGAC guide, there was I have served off and on an FCC advisory, local and state government advisory committee to the FCC for a number of years. And back in around 2000, we put together with the FCC staff and with outside local government consultants a local officials guide to radio frequency emissions. It is somewhat out of date. And it certainly the graphics in it use a bunch of stick figures and things that we don't have available to us today. But it has some really good information in there that still is very relevant, talking about safety issues and distances to be away from, whether it's a cell tower or a lower site. So I leave that to you for any benefit it might provide you going forward. And with that, I am happy to try to answer any questions you might have.
I don't see anybody in the queue, but for me, I think that talking with council, if I recall, was basically the safety issue. And basically what you told us is it's not irrelevant, but the feds are handling that. So got it. Thank you. Councilmember Finley? Now we're all in the queue.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. What happens if after the poles go up, we decide to underground our utilities that are on that pole?
Most of the communities that we have worked with, and we've worked with your staff on developing a similar kind of license agreement to allow these companies to locate in the rights of way. And we always put in language that say if there is a public project or if there's an undergrounding of existing utilities and the pole needs to come down, you will take your stuff down. We will help you try to find a replacement pole. What might have to happen in that situation is they may look around, and if there's not a street light that's available in the general vicinity, they may say, we need to replace that with a standalone pole here that has a little canister with an antenna on top. And under federal law, you may need to approve that site in that area. But if you have electric utilities that are being undergrounded and they are on that pole, it is a valid use of the police power to require the wireless company to remove their facilities from the pole at their expense.
Okay. Also, have we set design standards? And do we have indemnification for any RF issues for our workers?
Well, we're working on design standards. Is that a good way to put it?
We do have design standards. They're on our website, the specific ones for our website, for streetlights. We actually have figures that are the acceptable design for that. And then also we have a link to our code, which it's the code that we agreed upon that council approved for telecommunications. So those are our design standards.
And what about the indemnification?
We require, whenever these companies, the very limited authority that local governments have is to be able to require them to certify that they will be in compliance with FCC standards. I'm not sure if there is specific indemnification language related directly to RF, but they do certify that they will be in compliance. And the FCC is the only agency that is permitted under federal law to enforce if we think they're not in compliance. So I haven't looked at that issue directly on whether the cases that have upheld the preemption would prohibit a direct obligation for indemnification. Are you talking about indemnification of city workers or any
Yes.
workers?
City workers, mainly.
Right. We ought to look at that. I can't give you a definitive answer.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you for this presentation. I think this explained a whole lot of things to us, and I thank Councilwoman Finley for her questions. I thought those were very good. I do have a few questions. The term shot clock, does that mean the same as, say, time limit or deadline?
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. I'm just
we sometimes talk in acronyms and
all right.
short term. Shot clock is, yes, it was taken from, I think, the National Basketball Association, but it basically means it's the time in which we must act. And so it's probably important to know that if you violate the shot clock and there's not an agreement with the applicant to extend it, the remedy today is they can go into court and say, Judge, they didn't act fast enough.
Yeah.
Please make them either finish our application, act on our application. Sometimes plaintiffs will ask, please force them to approve our application, but the law doesn't say that they have to. However, there's a draft bill in Congress right now that would preempt even further and say, if you miss the shot clock, it's deemed granted. So right now, it's simply a deadline that says we must act in that period of time. What happens if we don't is still up in the air a little bit.
And just a brief comment on the design standards. I think that pole that has the captenna or whatever it is on top, that's actually very nice and very unnoticeable in contrast to some of the hideous things hanging, man-sized things hanging off the sides of poles. But anyway, I wanted to thank you in particular for bringing up this discussion about the public concern of radio frequency emissions, which a lot of people have written to us about. And this explains very clearly that on a local basis, we can't do anything about this. However, we can write to state representatives, or rather federal representatives to act upon this. And I do think that all of us are concerned with public health. I do think that this is a little more nuanced than a lot of people who've written to us understand, and I would suggest that all of us look more into that, but also look into the real sources and reading the actual reports that have come out about this, because I do think that it is not quite as simple as it seems, and I do think that there is not a lot of evidence that there is the extensive amount of damage that people are thinking exists. So I would caution everyone to really look into this on a deeper level. With every new technology, from writing to telephones to TV to Wi-Fi and computers, people have a reaction of that this could possibly have damaging effects. Sometimes they're right, sometimes it does. But I would really urge people to look a little deeper than the information that they're getting sometimes.
Right.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I might just follow up on that. I was provided by staff one of the letters that council received. And I looked into it a little bit because there's reference to some cities that, at least according to the letter, have stopped 5G deployment. And they reference some cities in the Bay Area, and they reference Portland, Oregon. Portland, Oregon has not passed anything to stop 5G deployment as far as I can tell. They have joined, just like Longmont has through the CCUA, in the lawsuit challenging the FCC rules. And I do think there's a pretty good chance that those rules will be looking different by the time the Ninth Circuit gets done with them. But of the cities in the Bay Area, I have a colleague in California who does the same kind of work, and I asked him if he represented any of the communities that were referenced in one of these articles, and he said for one of them they did. He said they think they stopped 5G, but I don't think they did. They're just so rural that the industry isn't going to go out there anytime soon. And for two of the cities that were referenced that apparently did adopt some fairly strict regulations, his comment was, there will be a legal reckoning when the industry decides to show up in those cities and file applications. So there have been some cities that have taken some steps to be very aggressive, and they do it with great risk of legal exposure.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I think that kudos to you, Council, that you've been very clear about where our legal standing is on this issue. And to our residents and anybody that's sitting here in the audience tonight, I just want to say that I find that there's two issues here in the concept that it kind of resembles to me somewhat of the oil and gas argument, where we had very strong activists that were asking the city to take on a position that, in my opinion, was not appropriate for a city body or a government body to take on, as in becoming the activist as well, because we have to represent all of our constituents regardless of their ideology. And when it comes to a matter of policy, that's one thing, but when it becomes a matter of flouting the law or breaking existing law, I find that inappropriate for a government body to do. As such, I say to those activists, continue to be vigilant, continue to be vocal, because it's the same way that we moved forward on the oil and gas issue. Please continue to monitor as the rollout continues. Does it actually affect health? Is it actually, because I've read the studies, and I've read both sides of the studies, and I don't feel it's clear on one way or another the detrimental health impacts that are being proposed by some of the activists. But it doesn't mean they're not there. It just means we don't have enough data to make a conclusive point. And so I feel, as a city council member, that I would love for you to continue to bring me that information and that data as we go forward, as well as lobbying your state and federal legislators as well, who are the ones who've created these preemptions that prevent us as the city of Longmont from doing anything. And so those are just my concepts. And again, I thank council. I think it's become abundantly clear where we stand legally on this subject. As I said, I think just previously, that it's unclear what the health effects are. And so I'm very interested to see how this progresses as the 5G rollout continues. Thank you.
Dr. Waters.
Thanks, Mayor Bagley. So just on the health risks, on the body of work that's been done, is it that it's insufficient, that it isn't peer reviewed, that the government hasn't given it its approval? And we're along a continuum from novices goofing around with data to serious research that has to be peer reviewed and published and meet, rigorous standards. Where are we with the science?
With this caveat, I will answer your question. I have done a bunch of reading myself, but I am not an expert. I am not trained in the science. I'm fortunate enough to have a brother who's a health physicist, so I've got my little family expert that I can call on every now and then to touch base on things. But my understanding is that I don't know if the research, I think some of the research may have been peer-reviewed and some not, but as Councilmember Rodriguez mentioned, there is research that concludes on both sides. There has been some research that on the 30,000-foot level, you've got ionizing radiation and non-ionizing radiation, and the 5G is non-ionizing, and generally that does not cause tissue or cells to break down. When people think of radioactive stuff, it's the ionizing radiation. That being said, there have been some studies that have suggested in certain doses at certain levels there can be some damage. I think it was in rats, or there were some incidents of tumors and cancers in rats that were above normal from non-ionizing radiation, but not large enough to be statistically valid, which puts it right in that category that Councilmember Rodriguez mentioned, which is we're still not really sure. There's a lot more work that the scientists have to do to make this definitive. I'm frankly disappointed in the FCC because they have known this is coming, and there have been folks who have been advocating there for the last couple of years that, look, you guys are adversaries with local governments on many issues. Here's one way we can work together. Give us a tool that we as local governments can use to help promote the deployment of 5G. And they have just been pushing full speed ahead for 5G. So frankly, I'm getting a little bit worried because it's been taking so long and we still don't have a decision. And you can read conspiracy theories into that all the way on the left, and you can say, oh, they're really busy, they've got other stuff going on all the way on the right, and the answer is probably somewhere in the middle. But from what I have seen, I did do a lot more research on the earlier versions, the 4G and the 3G, and I was involved in that 2000 local officials guide, and I learned enough then. I was a mayor and a city council member in Arvada for 14 years during that time period. I learned enough then to satisfy myself that these things were safe, that when you created the fencing and you kept people as far away from them as the FCC said you had to be, there was more than enough cushion at the maximum exposure levels that it was safe, and I would have had one of those in my kids' elementary school playgrounds if it had the proper fencing around it and felt perfectly comfortable. Now, there's plenty of other people who wouldn't, but I knew enough, I felt like I knew enough about it to feel comfortable. They need to do that level of research on the 5G, and it just hasn't been done yet. And what we have is still new and enough that lets either side make the arguments that they want to make.
Well, it wouldn't be nothing would surprise me in terms of what the federal government or departments might do to constrain actual investments in research, the reporting of results, and dissemination, in useful ways to policymakers. So given everything you've shared with us tonight, it sounds like there is no lane or there's no theory of a case for councils that would say, well, we're going to do everything we can to protect until we have a persuasive or conclusive body of evidence. We're going to do everything we can to protect our community, knowing that there's no compelling evidence at this point that there's anything to be protected from. Simply, we're going to protect the community from whatever the telecommunications industry wants to do here. Is there any theory of a case, any narrow theory of action that doesn't put the city in legal jeopardy and exposed to serious either civil litigation or the costs of defending itself?
Yeah. There is something that might be considered a very small step. Most of the regulations that we've written and the application forms that we've written, and I think Longmont has this, requires an applicant to provide a radio frequency engineer certification that the site, as proposed, will comply with the FCC health emissions levels. The city can get its own expert to review that and say, yes, this looks right. It gets a little bit into the gray area, right? That's the pre-construction, right? Now, once they're in operation, what about testing to confirm, are you indeed in compliance with the FCC's existing regulations for this site? We are within the gray area, and I am not 100% sure how a court case would come out if a city tried to impose on an applicant the obligation that they pay for their expert to go out and do a test, say within the first 60 days after a site becomes operational. The city could, with less legal exposure, again, have its own expert go out, especially since these are going to be sites in the rights of way, and go out there to the site and do your own tests. So it would be a little bit of an investment in the city's part to hire an expert, go out there and write up a report and say, yes, this is in compliance, or no, it's not. And if it's not, the remedy is not, you can't say in the application, if we find that you're not in compliance, we're going to pull the plug on your site and shut you down. The remedy is, we're going to call the FCC, and we're going to send them our data, and we're going to report you to the FCC cops, and then we're going to rely on the FCC to go take action to shut them down. And there is some case law on that. That always bothered me more than any of this preemption, is that if we can actually prove they're not in compliance, we can't pull the plug on it. I mean, that's like a stop work order on a construction site, but you can't do it.
I'm going to report you to the FCC.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
All right, let's go ahead and move on to item 5D, review and adoption of the Wildlife Management Plan update. City staff. No, we don't need a break. Do you need a break? All right, let's take a break. Let's take 5 minutes. Go ahead. All right. The staff, review and adoption of the Wildlife Management Plan update.
Mayor, council members, David Bell, Natural Resources Manager for the City of Longmont. I'm up here briefly just to give a quick overview of the presentation, also to introduce our staff and consultants that really did all the heavy lifting on this. Carrie Canold from Greenplay and Dan Wolford, who really did a lot of work to bring this to you tonight. And because it is a lot of work, there's also a lot of information. We want to try to make this as smooth as possible. We know it took over a year last year to get this all adopted. So we want to present to you tonight. We can have conversations tonight if we want to. We could come back at a future date to have conversations. We can be directed to make changes tonight. But the piece I really would like to spend some time on, if you have it tonight, is the section on variances. To do the work that planning is working on and get information to their consultants, we'd like some direction in that area so we could keep them moving forward with the process. So that's where we're at. The only other thing that I would say that I would like to draw your attention to is our public process piece. There were some comments last week that we didn't do a strong job engaging the public. And I think Dan and our consultant will address that. But again, being involved with this process, being in the public meetings, knowing the work we did online and out in public, I just want to make sure council's aware that I believe I can stand here in front of you and say we did a very good job reaching out to the public. We'll address that a little bit more here shortly. But right now, Dan Wolford and Carrie Canold will do the presentation.
Dan Wolford, Land Program Manager for the city and the lead on this update project. At your desks, you have a couple of items. We provided you tonight a copy of the PowerPoint presentation. We did tweak the PowerPoint, I believe it's slide 7 or 9, where the discussion was 2/3 of the council for approval of the variance. That has been changed to a majority vote. Additionally, at the table, you have the action table, and I have tabbed for you section 5.5 that talks about the variance and setbacks for your quick reference. Additionally, last week I had provided you a copy of the 13th edition of the Colorado Weed Management Association Noxious Weeds. Certainly, to have effective wildlife in town, we have to have really good habitats, and certainly dealing with noxious weeds is an important element. As David said, I truly believe that we had a very successful public process. I might be a little biased from that perspective, but I know that the majority of council attended at least one process meeting. We did have 3 public meetings. We presented to 2 advisory board meetings. We did numerous press releases, as well as used, I believe we were maybe one of the first full projects that used Engage Longmont. All our meetings and presentations, all our boards, everything were on the city's website as we provided information. And this all started with us in October. So we've done what I believe to be a stellar job of reaching out to the public. At the very beginning, we made flyers and sent them out to every single city facility. I made copies and dropped them off to LDDA, the chamber. We informed the Neighborhood Group Leaders Association of this meeting. And again, I think we did our best to reach out to the public to make certain that everyone was involved in that process. As you see, this plan is very diverse, very complex. There's a lot of good information in here. I couldn't have done it without our consultant team and our technical advisory team. You know, the technical advisory team consisted of folks like Jesse Burkholtz from the Sergeant of Animal Control. We had our planning work group involved in this, Don Burchett, Brad Skoll, Brian Schumacher. We had the web folks that were helping us throughout this entire process, the natural resources staff. We brought folks from the outside. We had 3 individuals from the Colorado Division of Wildlife, 2 of the regional game managers from the north and south part of Longmont, and the regional fisheries biologist, as well as a wildlife biologist from Boulder County. We felt our process was very thorough and up to date, and we're ready to move forward. With that, the consulting team consisted of Greenplay. As you might remember, Greenplay is very familiar with the city of Longmont. They did our original open space master plan, as well as the open space update, And moving forward, they teamed up with Smith Environmental and designed concepts to bring this concept to you. A reminder that this is an update. Back in 16 and through 18, when we did plan updates with the Envision Longmont and sustainability and the open space plan, the open space update, or excuse me, the wildlife management plan update was targeted in those plans to be moving forward. The city philosophy for wildlife management has changed a little bit, as I think you'll see in the package, where initially it was really focused on coexisting with wildlife, but through some of the public meetings and especially with the sustainability board, it was more than just coexisting. We wanted to make certain that we were preserving wildlife species and wildlife habitat. Changes in the plan in 2006, when we did the initial plan, pollinators were not a huge aspect of what was going on out there. So we've included that. We've included native fish. The riparian setback, as David said, we really want some of that direction from you tonight. We also touched on wildlife conflicts. All those things have been incorporated into the plan, and we're ready to go. We're waiting for direction from you. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Carrie to go through the PowerPoint presentation in the process.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Carrie Knold, and I am a project manager with Green Play, and we're based here in Colorado and have been here for 20 years, and I'm happy to be working with the city of Longmont on this project. And thank you for making time for us this evening. So tonight we'll touch on several high-level topics, and as both these guys have mentioned, what we're really here looking for tonight is direction on the issue of setback variance requests so that Clarion and the planning staff can proceed with the work they're doing. So with our project, as Dan mentioned, it's an update to an existing plan. Now, that plan has been sitting around for a while, and so there were some new topics that we needed to address, and we'll talk about what those are and go and touch on some of those. But just real important for you guys to understand is that we brought some of these key recommendations to the Board of Environmental Affairs and to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board and got input from them, as well as we conducted a meeting with Clarion staff and planning staff to talk about how we're going to hand off some of these processes and the things that we learned so that they can incorporate it into the work they're doing. And here we are tonight with the draft, and then hopefully we'll be back in the future, not too far off, with a final plan for you guys to adopt so that these guys can get moving forward with the work they need to do. So with that, some of our key findings through our process was that we, and this is no surprise, but what we understood and what we heard is that preservation of habitat is so essential. And one thing that we did learn from Colorado Parks and Wildlife is that your St. Vrain Creek is a star performer in terms of the habitat and the fish species that are contained within. So you guys should take a moment and really recognize the good work that's being done there. We want to keep it that way. All right, and other key findings included the prairie dog regulations, that there still might be some work there to be done. I know staff wants to take a pause, see how things are going, and then we'll see what that looks like down the road. But we did get some really good recommendations for future consideration in terms of prairie dog management. And then we recognize that there are a lot of data gaps right now. The city does not have a lot of baseline data in terms of monitoring conditions currently. And so it makes it a little bit difficult to make specific recommendations because we don't know where to start. And so one of the things that we have in our action plan is working towards being able to establish baseline data for a number of different topics. And in line with that is that we know that staffing resources are pretty thin. In order to do the work that is required, some future plan or staffing issues might need to be addressed. And then, as Dan mentioned, this expansion of the policy from coexistence with wildlife to include the preservation of wildlife and wildlife habitat. Okay. And so let's talk about native fish for a moment, because this was one of the new topics that we covered. And like I said, the St. Vrain Creek is a star performer, and those are the words that CPW uses. And when you are compared with neighboring water bodies, You guys are a standout, and I'm not going to mention names as to what those water bodies are, but they might be located in other adjacent communities, and you guys are doing a really good job. All right. So with that, in terms of native fish, we understand that there's opportunities for improving fish passages. So one in particular is the Beckwith diversion. So we've got a recommendation around that in the action plan. And we know that the introduction of non-native fish species is detrimental. And so we've got some recommendations there. Again, habitat is really important in monitoring where the levels are, and we can do that in partnership with CPW, but we still need some resources to be focused in terms of long-term for Longmont. And again, data. We need to have some baseline data around what we have outside of St. Vrain, because we have other places where those fish are. Okay? So as I mentioned, prairie dogs, always a big topic. And this one, what we finally decided, and this was with the assistance of PRAB, was that we are going to vet this through extended public process down the road. Okay? So staff said, hey, we just got done with this. City council just got done with this. The public just got done with this. We need to take a pause. So we're going to see how things pan out with the new regulations and see where we are and continue the conversation. All right. Turkey vultures. Maybe some of you have heard about these creatures. All right, turkey vultures. So what we found here was that really what we want to recommend is the use of hazing techniques and other deterrents when necessary. Okay. Also that we will collaborate with the USDA when we need to. And that's only if some of these other methods don't work. So it's kind of as a last resort that we would start using some methods that the USDA implements. And then, of course, coming with that would be a modification to code that would allow for that hazing of those turkey vultures. Okay, it's pretty simple there. With pollinators, a much more lovely topic, I have to admit. That with this one, there's a lot that can be done, and this is actually kind of an exciting topic where staff can be innovative and start working with some partners and do some pretty unique and creative things with the public. So some of these things that we'd like to see is the installation of native plant gardens and supporting that, developing this pollinator network concept where people within the community can talk to each other and see what's working, what's not, and use staff as a resource. Installation of bee boxes, and that we only use those neonicotinoids when we're doing those tree injections. And that's usually around EAB, which is emerald ash borer beetle. So we're looking at doing this conversion of turf grass to native grasslands when we can. So when the opportunities arise, we want to support that. Currently, staff is participating in this regional pollinator action team, and we encourage them to continue that. And I'm sure that they would, appreciate if they were able to dedicate some time to being a part of that team. And then again, we have a modification to code that we're suggesting where you de-emphasize that weed control of dandelions and other forbs. Okay, so this is again, forbs are, oh, I just looked this up, and I'm not our technical expert, sorry. Do you want to address what forbs are?
They're basically wildflowers. It's more herbaceous than your grasses.
Thank you. So those are forbs. All right. So here's the big topic, right? This setback variance requests. And our first public meeting that we had was really all about this topic. And we proposed some ideas. We looked at some neighboring communities, and we got input from the public on some concepts and some new ideas. And some of the key takeaways here was around expanding the 150-foot setback to include all natural creeks and streams. So that I think it added 4 or 5 additional water bodies. And we have those noted. Here they are. Likens Gulch, Dry Creek 1, and Spring Gulches 1 and 2. And so then we also looked at if people are going to request a variance, what could that process look like? Because nothing is in place right now. So what could that look like, or what could we improve here? is that we're suggesting that these be reviewed on a case-by-case basis, and we know that every time it's a little bit different, so that's why we have this in here. And that those would only be approved ultimately with a majority vote. So initially we said with a 2/3 majority, so a supermajority. However, we received information from the city attorney saying you can't have a supermajority. That doesn't meet the criteria that would fit for that. So we adjusted it to just a majority vote. So that would fit. And then also we've kind of beefed up this habitat ecological site assessment and conservation plan that would be required. And we, again, enhanced the habitat and species protection standards in the code. And then here, this is really one of the key things here is to have this continued role by Public Works and Natural Resources in reviewing the variance requests so that they can provide input from their perspective. It doesn't mean that what they say is ultimate, but that they can have some influence and provide information to decision makers. And then we looked at providing incentives to landowners and if they were interested in expanding their riparian setbacks. Okay? And so one of the tools that we thought might be an option is if they wanted to dedicate land to the city, and then the city would take on management of that portion. So, look, I've covered some brief points in a very complex plan, as these guys have stated. But I know that tonight, really the focus is on this issue around setbacks and variances. And so we are happy to entertain the discussion around those. It's 5.5 in the action table. Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead. So let's go ahead and we have all of us are very smart. We have opinions. So tonight, I'm going to cut people off unless it's make a motion, right? So make a motion or ask a question. So I'm going to cut you off if we start talking about our general philosophies, ideologies on whatever. So Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, I'm making a motion so that we can go forward with having a discussion. I move that we choose option 2 to modify the final draft wildlife management update and direct staff to return to council for final action. I do think this is a wonderful plan overall. I think we need to discuss issues of the variance, the setback variance. So, do I have a second?
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Now, before we go through the queue, right? Is there anyone who would like to speak oops. All right, there we are. Okay. Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition to the motion? Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition to this motion? Oh, repeat the motion. To Mayor Pro Tem moved that council option 2 be accepted, modify the final draft wildlife management update and direct staff to return to council for final action. And Dr. Waters seconded that. So my question is there anyone who is against, meaning does anyone want to speak against the motion? Okay, then let's vote. All right, that passes unanimously. What else do you need? David Bill's like, this council's never done this before. I'm confused. We get right.
What was the?
So we'll get there, right?
Yeah.
All right, Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I have some questions. I love that you had lots of public input on this process. That's something that we as a city do really well. However, did we ever ask LEDP to weigh in on the possible economic ramifications of what we're proposing in this plan?
We really, from a development perspective, did not. We tried and encouraged them to participate in the process. The key focus here was that the real focus of the plan was strictly for a wildlife management perspective. So we did not address the component of development versus wildlife or the social aspects of that. I know that we have provided, as Public Works and Natural Resources, some of those elements associated with the SES tool.
Okay, and I've heard this from landowners, but was there ever a meeting that was with landowners that this would affect, specifically for them?
Councilman Finley, Mayor Bagley, there was not. The riparian setback has been in effect since 2007, and I would guess that there are well over 100.
There's a lot of other things, though, in this.
Right, specifically related to that. So we did not go through the process of selecting every property owner within the 150-foot setbacks of
I'm not just talking about the 150-foot setback. One of, like 5.6C, in conjunction with proposed annexation or subdivision, the city should consider requiring as a condition of approval a dedication of specific acre amounts of important high priority or other identified habitats. That is important to landowners. And the process for formula or calculating acre amounts should be written to prevent an application from taking one or more actions to reduce the amount, type, and so on. This sounds like it's something that would cost some money, as well as land, as well as there were other costs associated with the proposals in here. Has anyone calculated the total amount of costs required by the new proposed ordinances?
So I'll field that question again, Carrie, with Green Play. So Councilmember Finley, as part of the project, it was not part of our scope to do a cost assessment of all the impacts for the code modifications.
But you asked for specific costs to be made, so you don't know what those costs would be?
I'm sorry, I'm not following. So if I may, I'd like to make a response to your
Okay.
question around 5.6C. And with that one, as with many of these, this one in particular,
The
and
C, not B.
5.6C,
Mhm.
correct. So, it says consider requiring. We're not saying do require. We're saying like this is something that could be considered if the city is so moved to, if this is important and it's something that you guys want to dive deeper into. At that point, the assessment could be made. And you can say this is a really important issue to us, and we think that this is a tool that will help us. I would suggest that then a fuller impact analysis of that specific topic be done. This was a citywide wildlife management plan, so our scope was very large in terms of generalities, and so I apologize that we can't give you those specifics for something like that, but certainly I think if you wanted to look at that, it could be done.
I just was curious if that had been done. Can you give me an example of a development that has occurred where wildlife was not protected or considered?
Councilman Finley, Mayor Bagley, I personally have not been involved in all of these developments, so I don't know that level of detail. We have been involved in the recent past of review of some of these developments where we've had the opportunity to provide information such as prairie dogs and raptor nesting. What we do see in a lot of these applications is the fact that when they do a habitat assessment, they're specifically looking at their parcel data, and they don't take into consideration adjacent land use, that, you know, a particular raptor nest or something may be within a quarter of a mile that could have an impact of those. So we have not seen that necessarily.
Okay. You know, I'm gonna hold the rest of my questions. I do think that I would like to know, before any of these code modifications come back, exactly what the costs are for those. Because, you know, I understand that our minnows and our prairie dogs and our mice are important, but I do also know that money's important, and I'd like to know the cost.
Let's go with Councilmember Martin. You haven't spoken tonight.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. On the subject of, I think the one landowner who spoke last week and said, nobody told me that this was going on, and on Councilmember Finley's concerns that we maybe did not evaluate the impacts on landowners, I'd like to suggest that it would have been incredibly burdensome for the wildlife management study to do that on a specific parcel-to-parcel basis, and I can't imagine that, as varied as the different land parcels that are affected are, that it would be feasible to do that. And what you did do was publish very widely, to the point where it's hard for me to imagine a resident of Longmont missing it, that you were holding 3 different charrettes where they could come and look at maps and see their parcel on the map and ask questions of the staff and the consultants. And so I guess I would like confirmation, or at least comment on my point of view, which is that it would be up to the specific landowner to compute the cost to his parcel and then bring that forward as an objection to the city. Does that seem more like a process that would work, or is that the way it's been done in the past when you have a contemplated code change?
Councilman Martin, Mayor Bagley, that typically has been the process in the past when.
There you go.
That typically has been the process in the past when there, I mean, and we've had very few variances to the best of my knowledge. I just want to reiterate to council, it was our understanding back in January and February that these are recommendations that are going to Clarion to be part of that toolbox. And that's where we have collaborated with the planning and development services with Clarion to let them develop the toolbox of what options are there for the variances. Certainly in the plan, and I think in the Appendix A, we've talked about increasing the habitat assessment information and data so that we get a better picture of that. All of that needs to be brought into us for evaluation. Certainly there's going to be social and environmental and economic impacts associated with each of these developments that need to be evaluated.
On a case-by-case basis when the variance is
Definitely
requested.
on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you. And one other question. We had a motion some time ago, and I think I know the answer to this, but some of the residents who've been speaking have been saying that the code that is quoted in the packet does not mention that all the variance requests that impact riparian areas will come before the city council, and they're asking for a specific piece of the code to be updated to reflect that. But it's been my understanding that that is already in place at a higher level. Do we need to do some true up to the code to make sure it says so in both places, or what's the story on that on the record?
As I remember, when council approved the land development code, that was the component that was, I believe the motion was made by Councilmember Waters and the council passed it. We brought that piece in terms of the variances to the 150-foot setback would be brought back to the city council, and that was adopted.
And does that mean that it that the related piece of code about variances does not need to be amended, or that it does need to be amended to be consistent?
Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Martin, Don Burchett, Planning Manager. What I believe is the intention is that some of the concerns from the public is that the review criteria for granting the variances are, the bar is pretty low in their words that they used tonight in the public invited to be heard portion of this meeting. And so the recommendation would be to look at the review criteria and determine if there are changes that need to be made so that the council has a good way to judge those variances and decide whether or not to approve them or to deny them. Some of that could be the SES system potentially that we've talked about, or it could be other items that Clarion could come up with by looking at some of the other codes that were mentioned tonight, the Fort Collins Code, or looking at other things that they have worked on all over the country.
Yes, I definitely am hearing that too, and I heard that today in the public invited to be heard. But I've also gotten some letters that says, but wait, you said you were going to bring the variances before council, but it doesn't say that. And that's the specific intent of my question.
It was already done.
If you would like me to look up the specific code section and tell everybody at home where that is, I can find it and I can do that for you if you would like.
And I think to answer your question, if you remember when we went over the SES component in the discussion on variances and we said this was going to be the next piece of that conversation, this is really at that point, once we understand what council wants from that perspective, there then is the marriage of the two conversations.
I understand that. And my last question, comment/question, is that while we've had a lot of good discussion about what should go into what we're calling the SES, I am still not entirely clear on how the output of that tool is to be used specifically when it comes to the granting of variances. Because I think if that were made more clear, then many of the objections from the public would go away.
Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Martin, what I would say is that the SES tool and the adoption of that by itself is going to have some, I don't want to say legal challenges, but there's nuances to how we're going to need to adopt that and incorporate that into our code. With that as one tool that you could use, you could have criteria within the variance for the riparian setback that talk about an evaluation using the SES tool as a way to determine whether or not to grant that variance. So these all kind of are feeding all together and heading towards adoption of multiple sections of code revisions that are going to be impacted by each other and work together. And so we're trying to get some answers in these different meetings that are all headed towards the same end goal of bringing you back the revisions that you need to the code to make it work for you.
Yeah, and I was a little concerned because we have option 2, but we don't have any specific questions that feed up to option 2. And so we're having a fairly general discussion, which may not be the fastest way, to pass go. But I guess my concern with the SES is still, okay, it's going to give us an answer, but what is the question? Specifically having to do with whether with advising the council on whether to grant a variance or not. So I would like to see some clear language about that. What are we going to do with it? You know, once we have gone through this evaluation process, what are we going to do with the answer?
All right, I'm just gonna, okay, so let's make sure that we're asking questions. Again, so that was great comments, but again, 4 of us, we need a lot of time, we spend so much time directing at staff saying, this is what I want to see. Complete and utter, you know, they can't, they need 4, right? So make sure we put it in motions and make sure that we're giving staff clear direction. So right now, we had a motion that passed to modify the final draft wildlife management update and direct staff to return to council for final action. I'm assuming since it was unanimous, right, we either have questions or someone wants to make a motion to tell staff how to modify the final draft wildlife management plan. So sure, Councilmember Martin, the floor is still yours if you'd like to make a motion.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley, because I should know that by now. I move that when staff brings this back, there be clear language concerning how the output of the SES tool is used to advise the council in the appropriateness of setback variances.
Okay. All right. No second, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Let's just go down in order. Dr. Waters. No.
Thanks, Mayor Bagley. So I'm going to ask questions, and maybe I'll get to a motion here. But I want to go back to 5.6C. The question that Councilmember Finley was asking, or the questions, that is in the heading here. And so I just want to make certain I understand what I'm looking at, okay? Incorporate new requirements for annexation and subdivision applications, right? That's the section. So the questions about costs were in relationship to the requirements that might go to Clarion as a recommendation to come back that would, the suggestion was to calculate the cost. This would be part on a parcel that's been proposed for annexation. So I guess I would ask council members, or I don't know who to direct this to, and maybe I'll direct it to the city manager. That's a good idea. The moment after a piece of property is annexed by the city, what happens to the property value?
Generally, the property value increases because of the provision of public services
Dramatically.
in connection to the water system.
Yeah, we annex a piece of property and people have access to all of the resources of the city, utilities, et cetera. Doesn't that dramatically escalate property values? Well, if we're going to calculate costs, I'd like to see estimates of value and how that's been increased, right? Because it doesn't bother me if somebody has to experience costs to get property annexed when their value is enhanced dramatically within moments of the time we make that decision. So I just want to make certain I'm looking at this properly. So I'm not certain between what I'm looking at my screen, right, where the materials in the enclosure, and the elements here, specifically to the question of setbacks. I share the concerns that have been expressed about the criteria not being maybe rigorous enough or current enough. I'm not certain what the connection's going to ultimately be with the SES. I mean, I get these things need to come together. So is our best use of time to start making specific recommendations on this is where I'm a little concerned. We're going to get in the weeds here, and I don't want to do that. I'm prepared to, and we'll be here until we get done being weedy. But that doesn't seem like what we want to do. Do we want to get with concepts or?
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
So why aren't we waiting until if it's all coming together, right? Knowing this council, myself included, that we're all like going in 7 different directions at all times, going 1,000 miles an hour. Why aren't we doing the SES and the if all these pieces are coming together at once, why aren't we doing wildlife, SES, and so we can say this is this, this is this, this is this, and this is where it's all coming together? Because you're about ready to get a bunch of motions, and you're going to go back and pull your hair out.
So the big piece and really understanding, and this is why we said the setback is the big component to this, because understanding the setback and what council wants to see in the setback then lets us go back and understand, okay, this is what a variance would look like, and so then we can start working with the planners, the legal staff, in terms of how do you craft an ordinance and how do we talk to council about that.
Okay, so
that's the big piece.
Follow-up question, not to argue, but to gain clarity for moving forward. So we had a motion months ago. Dr. Waters said if it's 150 feet, or it's going to be 150 feet, and any variance has to come back to council along the St. Vrain River corridor, right?
That was
that what we've already
a year ago.
Right.
Yeah,
So we
yeah.
determined that a year ago.
Yeah.
Number two, we said that we wanted variance criteria, right? And the SES at some point is going to come back, but that variance criteria is triple bottom line, 3 Ps: people, profit, planet, right? So we've given you that direction.
Correct.
Right? And then so what else? I mean, that's the vision. That's the, okay, guys, this is where we want to go. What else other than that do you need from us tonight? Because I guess I'm confused. Okay.
So
I'm not yielding the floor
No,
totally.
I know. I'm just trying to.
Just say.
Yeah, no, you're still in.
Yeah.
If I may respond again, Carrie with Green Plain. So it's my understanding that what we've given you in this wildlife management plan are enhancements to the existing code, so that there is more criteria in here. So we have provided what we believe, based on public input and staff input and our technical advisory team, and what we know from working with Don and his folks, is that we've given you guys the tools, Clarion tools, that they can take into their process once you guys have approved our plan. So we take it as written and hand it off. You're not codifying anything that's in our plan. There's simply recommendations. So you're just saying, yes, we believe in these concepts. We believe that the direction that we have stated in the wildlife management plan is on point, and we'll hand it off to those guys, and they're going to run with what they need to get you guys to the SES.
So we got that.
Yeah.
So Harold, my question for you is, you mentioned variances and setbacks. What else specifically about that question do you need from us?
So that you know that there was some specific, we didn't adjust the 150. The 150 is the same number that was in there in 06. It was the nuances of the 150 in terms of how it's defined. And so if you would look at 5.5A, or that talks about some of the additional areas they referenced. 5.5B is talking about revising the current definition.
So specifically, you're asking, does this city council want to include, along with the St. Vrain River corridor, Boulder Creek, Dry Creek number 2, Left-Hand Creek, Union Reservoir, and I believe Likens Gulch and Dry Creek 1, although it's not listed. So anyway, but that's, all right, so I get that. So Dr. Waters, the floor is still yours. I just wanted to get clarity on what staff was asking.
So is it going to be more helpful to work off of this, or in the materials we got in our packet, there's all the edited or highlighted edits of current code or plan? Which is more useful? Because all my markups in terms of the preparation last week are in what we got in the packet, right? So that's what I'm looking at on my screen. So I look at that and say, oh yeah, you want a motion? I'll give you a motion. Change warranted to considered. And you want to, I mean, that's a very specific example. We're going to get wordy or weedy here with the wording. Right. But that's at that level that I'm looking at changes that I think that we need to make here. As one example.
Councilman Waters, Mayor Bagley. My recommendation would go through this list like you would a consent agenda and say, which ones do you not want to incorporate here? Do you like 5A, and incorporate the news? If yes, vote on that. Or
so why don't
pull out the ones you don't want.
Actually, that's a great idea. Let's do that. Okay, take a minute. Which ones do you want to pull out or change? You'll have the floor still, Dr. Waters.
I'm good.
Look at it.
Maybe I won't.
No, just everybody's in the queue. No, I get right. We're in the queue.
All right. So I'll work with whoever, however you want to approach this. yield back
I'm just,
your.
I'm just saying that literally everybody's in the queue, and I'm assuming that people are going to start making motions.
Yeah.
And so,
Am I, maybe let me just ask one more clarifying question. It appears to me, Dan, that there are some details in the materials that we got in our packet that are details there that don't show up in this set of, So if I go through this, that's my concern. If we go through this and they just say yes or no, or right, spot on, it still doesn't get to the level of detail that I think that we're going to need if it comes back with the same language at the detail level. That's my concern.
I would say stay in the packet.
all right, Councilmember Peck?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I have a question. Do we have in our budget a proposal to hire an environmental planner?
Yes.
Okay. Knowing that, going back to 5.6.B and 5.6.C that Councilwoman Finley brought up, I am going to move that let me make sure I get this right. That we have our future environmental planner figure out the specified acre amount, that we have the future environmental planner go over 5.6.B and 5.6.C to decide which habitats will be affected by these annexations, and have that be part of the annexation process to begin with, rather than putting the burden of that. We should know when we have lands what the wildlife is, what the wetlands are, what is going to be on that land that is annexed. That report, I think, should come from the environmental planner as part of this annexation process. So that's going to be my motion. I move that with the proposed annexation or subdivision, the city have the environmental planner report on what wildlife conditions, habitats conditions are there, and work within that report from the development process. Does that make sense to anybody?
Mm-hmm. So there's not a second, but if you were to rephrase the motion to say that it's on the developer, and if the city rejects it, regardless of who that is, that the planning director or the environmental planner has the authority to hire an expert and then require that the developer reimburse the city for those expenses, I wouldn't have a problem with it. The cost of an environmental impact statement.
See, it says it could be based, for example, on the size of the parcel, the habitat types and wildlife uses present, and the anticipated land uses. Shouldn't our natural resources and the environmental planner know what wildlife is present and what the habitat types are there? And that's where I'm confused. Why would the developer have to hire somebody, and maybe Dan can explain this to me, to tell us what we should already know about the land that's going to be annexed?
So,
Councilman Peck, Mayor Bagley, generally speaking, we should know that, but because it's land held in private ownership, we won't have those details. But generally speaking, looking at the lay of the land and some of our databases from CBW and other resources, we should generally know the wildlife species, the vegetation, but again, the details, because it's private property, we won't have those details. And that's where we would expect the developer to provide us the habitat assessment plans.
Okay, that makes sense. So I'm going to remove my motion.
All right, hasn't been
I have
seconded.
to
you
think.
don't
Yeah,
need
I
to-
have to think
that's
about
right.
how to do that.
All right, Councilmember Rodriguez?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. This question is concerning, I guess you would consider additional corridors or riparian areas to what has already been stated a year ago, being the 150-foot variance requirement coming before council. Specifically, I think at that time was for the St. Vrain Creek. Can we just clarify what the list was? That's the recommendation for additional riparian areas / stream corridors? I'm sorry, I've seen like 3 different lists. So.
I know, sorry. So what we have is existing in code is the St. Vrain River Creek, but it says river in code. Boulder Creek, Dry Creek number 2, Union Reservoir, Left Hand Creek. What we're proposing be added is Dry Creek number 1, Likens Gulch, Spring Gulch number 1, and Spring Gulch number 2.
So moved.
Second.
Anyone want to speak against the motion? All right, let's vote. All right, that passes unanimously. So we now have something for staff to go back and modify. All right, let's go ahead and can I get my screen back, pretty please? Ooh, the queue's cleared out. All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, I have two suggestions for modifications. I would like to introduce them one at a time, though. I would suggest that in place of pages 7 through 9, or 8 through 9, under wetland, no, F, setbacks, and 3 variances from the setback standards, that we replace the information A through the end of that section with the Fort Collins information, which I mailed to you, emailed to Dan and David and Harold this afternoon, that came from a letter by Stand By Our St. Vrain. In particular, our current ones for reduced setbacks are very, very weak, and to the point where we might as well not even have them. So
where are you looking at, Mayor Pro Tem? So just so I can review it.
In the draft letter, or the draft report, pages 8 and 9, under F.
I see. Never mind.
Okay.
8, yeah.
Which is
I was looking
so
at packet numbers.
Anyway, I would move that we replace that current information for increased setbacks and reduced setbacks with the with A through H that we received in that draft letter that comes from the Fort Collins plan. Do I have a second?
I'm still not following it. Can you show me?
It's the draft letter that's in here from last time, the draft management plan.
Got it.
Yes. Well, I don't know if we got it in this packet, but it's in the draft plan.
We don't. Right. So, can I ask a question on your behalf? Well, okay. Well, it's been moved and there has been no second.
It's from the development standards.
Okay. His just out of curiosity is, Dr. Waters, I'm sorry. Every time you talk, I start talking. So go ahead.
Well,
I'm sorry. Good. You're not done. All right. Count Mayor Pro Tem. Keep the floor.
Well, that failing, I would like our environmental planner to answer to report to the Department of Natural Resources. Do I have a second?
get, all right. Was that a question or a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. So the motion on the floor is to have who to report to the planning department?
The environmental planner.
Do we have an environmental planner at this point?
We're going to hire one.
No, I didn't, have you decided to hire one?
There is a request in the budget, and I'm evaluating that budget process. I think what I would say is I evaluate the operational components of that. I would rather have the ability to look at where is the proper placement versus putting it somewhere where we may have an issue. But,
Yeah.
you know, that would be me from an operational perspective.
Is there anyone who would like to speak on this particular motion? I know there were people in the queue. Anybody? Raise your hand. All right, I'm going to vote against the motion only because I believe that we have a city manager and he can run his city how he sees fit. So let's go ahead and vote. All right, the motion fails 5-2 with Councilmember Peck and Mayor Pro Tem Christensen for. Okay, Dr. Waters?
So where do I want to go with this? I voted against that motion only because I think that's to start telling the city manager where staff reports is the ultimate micromanagement, and I'm going to be very supportive of an environmental planner in natural resources and in the planning department, so we can seamlessly implement the results of the SES development process. Just a reflection. Councilmember Peck, where you were going with the planner, it seems to me that more broadly, we ought to consistently require this. I think this is policy. Maybe it's micromanaging. I hope not. That natural resources, the natural resources department be part of every recommendation that would come to this council relative to setbacks, right? So if I get to, there's language in the code now that says based on a recommendation from planning and zoning. That's where, and natural resources ought to be added, right, as an example. So, however, I've deviated from the script here in terms of working through these sections. So, the 5.5B, revise the current definition of high water mark. That's where we'd be next. I'm going to move that we support this, what's in the materials here, that we would approve revising the current definition of high water mark and prepare definition for riparian vegetation, et cetera, 5.5B.
All right, so I guess I would second that, but I'm not going to because everything in here right now, I'm assuming, or I think we should assume, is going to be adopted.
Well, I thought that's what we were doing.
No, so my question is, so what I'm saying is that we're pretending that this is a consent agenda. And so if there's something, so the thing is, we're going to pretend, is there something in here that you don't want?
All right, so that's the way we're going to approach
Yeah,
it.
because if we're not, we're going to be here all night voting on every single one of these
That's my
things.
concern.
So
Okay.
we've got a plan, and we voted to modify it and have them bring it back. So the question becomes, what are you going to modify? What do you want to take out, or what do you want to change?
All right, do I still have the floor?
You sure do.
All right, so I'm going to go back to my question then. On in the plan, pages 120, go to page 120. I can get back to that page. 124, I think. Yes, page 124. There are specifics on that page that I think need to be modified. Is this the time to do that?
I believe it is.
This would be an example. In that language that says the council with a recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission, I would say, I'm going to move that we add Planning and Zoning Commission and the Natural Resources Department. However David utilizes his planner.
Where are you at?
I'm on page 124 in the plan. 124 in the plan. Section code amendments. Go to one page, yeah. Reduce setbacks.
Okay, I guess I'm lost still. So I'm looking at the wildlife plan. What page is it in the packet? There
I'm
we
sorry, It was
go.
124 in the plan.
Got it, sorry.
And I'm looking at last week's packet because I had marked it up. So we had different numbers of pages in the packet.
There
I
we
was looking
are.
at the plan number.
So 188, you said in the packet?
It's page 124 in the wildlife management plan.
Okay, got it. 190 in the packet. No, 188 in the packet. 190 on the computer. Okay.
So
All right.
Mayor,
Well, I'm looking at B, reduce setbacks. The city council with a recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission, I would move we add, and the Natural Resources Department under subject shall reduce setbacks if it determines, et cetera, in that section.
All right. Is there anyone who would like to speak against this motion? All right, let's vote. The motion is that section, thank you, in section, but it's not even that. It is section F.
Mayor, 1505-020F3B.
That one, reduce setbacks. The language currently reads, the city council with a recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission shall now read, the city council with a recommendation for the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Department of Natural Resources. That is the suggested change. So let's vote. Man, does not want to go. All right, that passes unanimously.
Do I still have the floor?
You do.
I'm going to make one more motion on that language and that paragraph.
Your motions are making me giddy. Go ahead, keep going. I like
I'm going to move that we delete the word warranted and replace it with the word considered. In that next sentence, replace the word warranted with considered.
The last sentence.
In
So
that
the
same paragraph.
The following criteria shall be used to identify circumstances where riparian setback reductions may be warranted. The motion is to replace the word warranted with considered.
And I'm happy to explain why, but
Does
I'll
anyone
just
like
be
to?
quiet.
Would anyone like to speak against the motion? All right, let's vote.
Was there a second?
Was there a second? All right, I thought there was, so there's a couple seconds. All right, let's vote.
Do I still have the floor?
Your light's still on.
Okay.
And you're bigger than me.
Now, the next...
That passes unanimously.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
The set of bullets under warranted. We've heard from the public, and I agree. This is a mix of stuff. This is not a list of criteria. This is where what comes out of the SES, probably begins to show up here. The first is not the first statement is a purpose statement. It's not a criteria. And then it's a mix of stuff. And we've heard this is a cut and paste from 2006. I think this needs to be updated. So how do you want to approach the update of that? This is where I'm concerned about getting too much in the weeds.
You can continue making motions, but
well, here's what I would move then, that we delete all those points and direct staff to bring back a set of criteria for considering applications for variances that reflect either best practices somewhere or, and more likely, what comes out of the SES.
second.
that's good.
That was a good motion. Anyone else want to speak? Don't throw up your hands like I'm giving you props for the first time. All right, let's go ahead. Anyone want to speak against this motion? All right, let's vote. All right, that passes unanimously. All right, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I believe the portions just stricken by Councilmember Waters and vote by council were lowercase Roman numerals 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yes.
So I'd assume that we need something to replace said Roman numerals in concept instead of just striking something and leaving a void. I believe there has been multiple references to a Fort Collins buffering or setback requirements. And I know that I've received an email that I think my fellow council colleagues have also received concerning this, which outline suggested 8 points, A through H, which Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Christensen referenced earlier. We weren't quite there yet. Now we are. So my suggestion, or my question actually first is staff aware of the 8 points that Fort Collins has, much less our consultant? And as such, where would you say there are things that are already concurrent with our code and things that are not concurrent with our code within those you may not have the A through H that we have, but the 8 points from Fort Collins.
Thank you, Councilmember Rodriguez. So we are aware of the 8 points. In fact, we brought those to our public meeting number 1 and said, hey, public, what do you guys think of these? We want your feedback on those. And there was considerable support for those criteria. Our technical team expert, Rebecca Hannon with Smith Environmental and Engineering, is not here tonight to speak to this specifically, but she did prepare a response when we asked, because we were asked the question by members of the public. And so I'd like to read her response to this issue, which is the proposed modifications to the existing habitat species protection standards. Insert my own comment, which is in your code. Those were developed and can be found in the plan's Appendix A. In developing these modifications, we borrowed from the City of Fort Collins buffer zone performance standards. Fort Collins enforces buffer zones around multiple features and habitats and does not have a specific variance process for modifying those buffers. As such, we integrated portions of the Fort Collins standards into the existing framework of the Longmont Code. And so, end quote. So that's Rebecca's response. So what I'd say to you tonight is that in the Appendix A to the Wildlife Management Plan update, we have incorporated these A through H, or these 8 criteria, as appropriate where they don't duplicate what you already had. So we've already made those adjustments. We simply put them in a separate section. Like they're under the Habitat Species Protection Standards, which I believe is H. Anyway, the bottom line is that these folks, the Save Our St. Vrain folks who sent this letter, suggested putting it somewhere else. And we discussed it internally and with staff, and we're happy to take their suggestion as they have written it. If council wants us to go that direction, we're happy to. Personally, it seems like the code just needs to be tightened up and some language needs to be added so that these criteria are very clear. It seems like there's still some confusion, so we can go back and modify that. If you simply said include those 8 criteria and make sure they're in there, we can do that.
So my question then would be, would it be advantageous to, as I believe currently motion, the following criteria shall be used to identify circumstances where riparian setback reductions may be considered, is the new language as voted upon, referencing Appendix A, was it Appendix A? Mm-hmm. And would that be sufficient from a legal standpoint? I guess that might be.
I guess my suggestion is let's just go ahead.
Well, I'll make the motion if it's legally sufficient.
Yeah, just make the motion that they make sure that those 8 points are included and done in a very clear way.
So,
that's what I basically heard.
Yes, so move then, in the sense that I move that the specific criteria for riparian setback reductions either be referenced as Appendix A or specifically spelled out as the 8 criterion that were outlined earlier.
I'll second that. Is there anyone who would like to speak against the motion? All right, let's vote. All right, that passes 6-1 with Councilmember Martin against. Okay. All right, there's nobody left in the queue to say anything, which means you, Councilmember Peck. That's okay.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I have a couple of motions. Under the Habitat and Species database, which is on page 125 of the appendix, it's just the other page after the reduced setbacks that Councilman Waters made the motion on. I would like to strike the last sentence.
Of what? What are you at?
It's Habitat and Species database. It's E.
Okay.
Okay. This says that it lists 5 sources that they would like the to be identified as important plant or wildlife species of in Longmont of habitat areas. But the last sentence says any site specific studies undertaken by the applicant and accepted by the city. I think that we should make it very easy and say that these are the sources that we would like the applicant to use, and not have the staff okay any other sources that the applicant may come back with. Let's just say that these 5 sources are what we should be using. So I move that we strike the last sentence in Habitat and Species database.
All right. It's been seconded. Dr. Waters, you're in the queue.
I had highlighted the same sentence and with a note about the relevance of that sentence, but I just would be curious for me to know, in terms of voting on this motion, I'd like to hear staff talk about why that sentence is there or what the implications are of dropping it. I'm sorry.
I think that sentence was actually in the last one, wasn't it? And it was just copied and pasted. They didn't really look at it. But it looks a bit redundant. Not redundant, but let's just stick with what the city staff says that are relevant sources to use.
Thank you. So, Councilmember Peck, you're correct. We didn't suggest any changes to that, and the reason why is because we believe that we want to allow things change. We want to allow staff to have some leeway. If we just name these 5, it really could potentially bind staff. And Dan and I were just talking, and staff concurs that he'd rather not be tied to just those 5.
Councilmember Martin?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I hesitate with the whole concept of naming preferred providers. I mean, companies go away, new companies come in that might be very good. I think it's fine not to have even a recommended list, let alone a mandated list in an ordinance. I don't think we need to go that far.
Nobody's in the queue, but I guess the other thing is that I would certainly hope that if for some reason an endangered species has moved on and not there, that we should be able to look at that and acknowledge, oh, the map's changed. But on the other hand, I view this as a protection. If there's a map that says, oh, there's no bald eagles or golden eagles, and by the way, there are golden eagles here, I've seen them, and it doesn't say anything in here about, we all talk about bald, but we also need to include golden, so I'll make that motion in a second. But but yeah, this is, if they find something, even if it's not on the map, I want the city to go, no, there's an endangered species that's nesting there, or there's this, so that's what I'm thinking. All right, so nobody else is in the queue. I'd actually move the new where it says bald eagle in this document, we include bald and golden eagles. Sorry. Anyone? There was a motion, but no second. So, all right, anybody want to, was there a second? Oh, let's go ahead and vote then. All right. So the motion is to remove and strike that language. I'm sorry. So the motion is to strike the sentence, any site-specific studies undertaken by the applicant accepted by the city shall be used in place of any of the cited maps or data, with the following cited maps and data shall be used in determining What, Councilmember Beck? You moved to strike it, but what are you, and you're replacing it with those 5 things, right? You just want to follow
I'm not
the.
replacing it, just striking that sentence that they would use, come back with other sources other than what's listed here. I'm just striking that sentence.
Okay, the motion is to strike that sentence. It's been seconded. Let's vote.
Mayor Bagley, do I still have the floor?
The voting ended, but if you'd like to say something, you may before I read the results.
two motions that I was going to make.
Okay. So the motion failed with Councilmember Rodriguez, Councilmember Peck, and Mayor Pro Tem Christensen for, and the 4 of us against. Okay? The floor is still yours, Councilmember.
Thank you. I would like to direct staff, this one actually has to do with prairie dogs, sorry, Mayor Bagley. I would like to direct staff to check with the state of Colorado to see if they allow trapping in the birthing and nursing season of prairie dogs. It is my understanding that that has changed, that you are allowed to trap nursing and birthing prairie dogs for relocation only. So I would like you to, and the reason I'm bringing this up is that I think it would be, if it is true that that is allowed, I think for developers and landowners, it would be a boon to be able to move those prairie dogs during that season. So if I direct staff to check that, and if it's true, to amend on page 50 the relocation compliance.
Page 50 of the Wildlife Management Plan.
Yeah.
Do you have the packet number?
I'm just looking at. It's on page 50. I don't really have a.
That's all right. Well,
it's under actively manage exclude under prairie dogs. 140. It is under relocate. It says relocation from city land should occur during the period of June through October. It's 114. Okay. David, is my motion make sense to you?
Councilmember Peck, Mayor, that does make sense.
Okay.
It was a piece we're going to bring back, I think, as we reevaluate the process, but we can incorporate that tonight as well, too.
Okay, great, thank you.
So, yeah, I guess my question is that, do you want us to include, so we talked about in the presentation that we were going to get through this evaluation period of the existing changes we made. My question is do you want me to bring, is the motion to bring it back with that evaluation that's going to occur down the road, or is it to bring it back ahead of the evaluation?
Good point, thank you. I would like you to bring it back ahead of the evaluation because, in fact, if it is allowed to trap them during that part, I think that with our inclusionary zoning and development, it would be a boon to developers and landowners to be able to do that. I don't want to really wait until October or November if we're in the planning. Does that make sense?
Was there a second? Second. Was that Councilmember Finley or Councilmember Martin? Okay. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Anyone want to speak against the motion? Councilmember Rodriguez?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Considering that we're pretty much out of the birthing period, I think it allows us the time to consider this with the larger version of the prairie dog recommendations to come. And so I don't think it needs to come back before all the recommendations, and for that reason, I'll be voting against the motion.
All right, anyone want to speak for or against the motion? All right, let's vote. All right, the motion fails with Councilmember Finley, Councilmember Peck, and Dr. Waters for, and the other 4 of us against. Let's go ahead and Dr. Waters.
Dan, in the materials, it may be here, given the volume of stuff that we've received with this, but I haven't seen it. And so point me to it if it's here. The direction, I think, I'm pretty certain, on Council Member Rodriguez's motion and my second, we gave direction one evening that requests for, I guess, requested permits, actually, for development within adjacencies to public amenities and natural resources would come to the council, along with variance requests. Is this the, would we codify that here or somewhere else?
So I know that question was for staff, but there's been some discussion as we're preparing agendas and whatnot. My question is, did you have the opportunity to look up what the motion exactly was? We talked about that you'd be ready for that when that time came. Were you ready? Because I didn't look it up.
No, I'm trying to. Was that the motion that came?
It was
when we talked about the application of the SES, and we said.
No, it was I think, the night. I'd have to go back and look at the date certain that we were reviewing the almost finished set of land code updates last August or whenever it was.
Correct.
There were 9 amendments, right, to the code. The staff had incorporated direction or change in the code that limited decision making for variances to council chambers and the council, right? The motion had been made prior to that evening to add that it would be the approval of permits within adjacent projects adjacent to public amenities or sensitive environmental areas. I think it was public amenities. Was made prior to that evening because the question came up. If you go back and watch the tape, I'm pretty certain you'll see there were 9 amendments that were listed that evening. Don sitting behind you, he'll remember, or maybe it was Brian, I'm not certain. And that question came up, when will we see that direction codified? And it was bundled with this combination of things. So I don't know if it's with the wildlife management plan or somewhere else.
Okay, so that's what's coming in the conversation we have to have on the, it's associated with the SES and some of the information we're taking.
So it'll be there.
It's in that
All right.
piece.
You're off the hook, my friend.
All right, there is nothing else in here. So before anyone jumps in the queue, you've got some direction, modify it, bring it back, we'll approve it, and we'll move on. All right, let's go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break, and then we're going to come back and discuss additional development incentives for affordable housing, and then an update on affordable housing financial incentives. call back. Let's go ahead and move on to the Affordable Housing Development Incentives discussion. The staff, Aaron Fosdick, time is yours.
Good evening, Mayor Bagley, members of council. I'm Erin Fosdick with the Planning and Development Services Department. And tonight I'm joined by Tariq Wafai with Clarion Associates. We're here to discuss some additional affordable housing development incentives. You'll recall that you had some discussions earlier this year that resulted in an ordinance that you approved in March with development incentives for developments providing 12% affordable housing. And at that time, you directed us to do some additional thinking on how we could further incent the creation of affordable housing. And so tonight, we're really here to begin that discussion and to get some initial direction from council on how we might look at additional development incentives for affordable housing. So as we go through the presentation, we have a set of specific questions that we'll be asking you. We thought we would share those with you at the beginning of the presentation so that you can be thinking about them as we make our remarks. Those are also in your packet. Really, the feedback and policy direction that we'll be looking for tonight are there any specific incentives that you'd like us to consider further? Clarion will be going through a number of options that we've identified, and so we're interested in if you'd like us to consider any of those, and with the information we're presenting, are there any substantial modifications that we would want to make to those to have council further consider those. We also are interested in if there's any items you'd like us to consider that we haven't thought of. Maybe there's another community that's doing something innovative that you've heard about that you'd like us to explore, so we'd be interested in those ideas. And finally, one of the questions that we discussed earlier this year during the first quarter in our discussions was what the minimum thresholds should be. Obviously, we have our inclusionary housing ordinance that requires 12%. Council has mentioned that additional development incentives could be available to developments doing above and beyond that, and so we're interested of what that threshold, either in terms of amount or target AMI levels, would be. So those are the questions that we'll have for you. Just to set the stage, we thought we would recap what our current program is. It should be noted that Longmont does have a relatively robust affordable housing incentive program now, and so Tariq can certainly speak to that. But projects that are currently eligible for development incentives are those that are providing that 12% affordable housing as part of their development. And the development incentives that they would be eligible for are a 20% density bonus, an additional story of building height, 20% lot size and lot width reductions, and a parking reduction to make the parking requirement for the affordable unit one space instead of whatever the Land Development Code requires for parking by bedrooms. I also want to note that the discussion we'll be having and that for the next several minutes is really focused on the development incentives that are in the Land Development Code in Title 15. Kathy has an item directly following this on the agenda that really speaks to cleaning up some of the financial incentive items, and so I know that can get a little bit murky, but just know that we'll be talking about the financial incentives separately. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Tariq to lead us in this discussion.
Mayor Bagley, members of council, nice to see you. Tariq Wafai, I'm a principal with Clarion Associates. You are very familiar with my colleague Matt Goebel. He was up here last month to talk about the sustainability evaluation system. You can start to see the breadth of our scope of work here. We're going to dive into lots of different details to help you figure out some big issues and get through some good policy direction throughout the year. So in the next 52 slides, I'm going to cover these 5 items. That's a joke, by the way. We've got one slide on each of these topics. Yes, there's a lot you can do to start mitigating the affordable housing issue in Longmont. To agree with Aaron, you are already one of the leaders in affordable housing as it pertains to how you have addressed it within your land use code. So I'm really just going to talk about these 5 things. I've got one slide for each of those topics, and then we're going to get straight to your questions. So the first option would be just an enhancement of what you're already doing. So looking at those percentages, is 20% enough of a development bonus for density to start incentivizing developers to provide more affordable housing? And let's say they were providing 24% instead of the 12%. would you then be willing to increase that density bonus to 25% or 30%? So looking at that concept generally, would you add an additional story of height? Right now you're allowing one additional story of height if they're providing that 12% affordable housing. If they double up or if they provide 20% affordable housing units, would you consider even higher than 1 story? A lot that you can do to the lot area and lot width. One gentleman earlier tonight spoke about, hey, let's allow smaller lots, smaller buildings on smaller lots. Would you be willing to reduce lot sizes and lot widths even further if folks were providing a higher level of affordable housing units? And then further parking reductions. And each of these come with potential challenges. There are checks and balances to these, and we have to remember that. So you have already reduced the parking for affordable to 1 per unit. What if you went to 0.5 per unit or 0.75 per unit? There are some folks that say, yeah, actually that would be an incentive. There are other folks that would say, you're starting to make me nervous about how spillover might occur on that particular development. So what we're asking for, are some of these things striking a chord with you for further discussion? Would you like to see more research on this? Would you like us to come back to you with some options?
So if that was a question, let's finish and then we're going to come back.
Oh,
so let's
okay.
go through the whole thing and then we know what all our options are and then we're going to come back because we'll be here till 1 on that.
Exactly. I was hoping to get through all 5.
Okay.
So adjust the landscape standards. This was the second option that we proposed in the council communication. You currently require landscaping both on-site and some off-site as well. You require them in the right-of-way. You require them for in medians in certain cases. So would you consider adjusting the amount of landscaping and the type of landscaping if developers were providing a higher level of affordable housing, or even at that 12%? So things like reducing the amount of trees they have to provide on site. The less trees I have to buy on the property, the more likely I am to spend it on other things, which might help to balance out if I'm building additional affordable units. We hear this from the development community almost everywhere we work. Landscaping is expensive. However, I will tell you, not a lot of communities are reducing their landscaping directly as an affordable housing item. They're just doing it for the cost of doing business. Again, thinking about the materials required, if you still require the trees, could we reduce the caliper of those trees? Just so that I am providing trees, they're still good trees, our landscape architects still agree that they will provide benefit to the city, but reducing the caliper is a lesser cost to the developer. Item 3, site and building design standards. Now, affordable housing should not equate to lesser quality, right? So we can be affordable, we can also retain the higher quality. You require a lot for site and building design standards, both in residential and non-residential developments, certainly for mixed use. You care about roof line, you care about building materials, you care about articulation. Some communities are waiving those standards or exempting affordable housing projects from building articulation. For example, in Aurora, Colorado, they have not yet adopted that provision, but I expect that to be adopted within the next couple of months. They just say, yeah, we care a lot about articulation, but if you're willing to do affordable housing, we care less about articulation. We still want high quality materials, and we don't want it to look like schlock, but we want you to spend the money, we want you to recoup the costs, we want you to do the project. So that is one way of doing that. A lot of communities, including Longmont, have maximum roof line that you'll allow before you would have to have a projection in the roof line or have an inset in that building to articulate it. Could you extend that 30 feet to 40 feet or 50 feet before the developer would have to do some sort of architectural dip or inset or height adjustment within that? And I've mentioned here in italics, if you start thinking about reduced building design standards, we can increase or take a look at neighborhood compatibility standards to say, all right, that's all good and fine, you're doing affordable housing, but if you're doing it here or here, next to adjacent neighborhoods where the character is well established and you have a fabric in place, we still need to consider that. And are there certain things that just can't be waived in those cases? So more for discussion there. The fourth is still a little bit gray. You've hit on some of these points tonight. How do we bring it all together through the SES system? Well, we don't have that yet for review, but there could be a potential option that for those developers providing a certain number of affordable housing projects, could they be eligible for additional flexibility in whatever point system or evaluation system you come up with? So could they look at one of the three legs of the stool and say, you know, we will give you a reduced point requirement in one of those legs of the stool if you're providing 20% affordable housing units? Just conceptually, we'll start thinking about those. And then finally, this is one that is very popular around the country. How do we expand the types of housing allowed in existing neighborhoods, in future neighborhoods, to just start chipping away at the affordable housing problem? The more diverse of a housing stock you can allow at various price points, the more likely you are to start solving some of that problem. You have done a lot already. So kudos to you for last summer adopting all of those changes to the Land Development Code, including a new co-housing component. You have addressed live work, but we think you could take it to the next level by allowing even more options in a greater number of zoning districts. Some have gone to the other end of the spectrum, like Minneapolis, who says there is no single-family zoning anymore in our city. That is, again, at one end of the spectrum. The entire state of Oregon has also proposed legislation that has passed, but it has not yet been signed by the governor, that would say any city in Oregon with 10,000 people or more, duplex is the minimum. Any city of 25,000 or more, up to 4 in a single-family zoning district is the minimum. So people are really concerned, willing to take that huge leap of faith, knowing that there's a big problem with affordable housing. I'm not certain that this council wants to go there, but wanted to just let you know that there's a spectrum to consider when you talk about diversifying the types of housing allowed. So that's it. Back to those questions for council. Again, of course you are free to ask any questions, but really want direction from you all. Do any of these strike a chord as something we should consider further? Are there some that are not on the list that we talked about tonight that you'd like us to look at? And what should those thresholds be if we do start working towards additional incentives?
All right, so people are popping into the queue. So questions or motions, right? And I'm just going to start. I rarely start, and my only concern is, again, this is things were just presented by an outside consultant that this council is now going to probably start getting their heads around, which I didn't put on the agenda. Harold?
So this was one of the motions that we had on that timeline in terms of what we moved up, where council did say, we want you to look at additional incentives that we're not doing in Longmont that others are doing. And these are really, I mean, as they said, we're probably on the forefront on the incentive-based approach. These were the things that we identified that were not answering that direction.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, I'm not quite sure how to go about this because we don't have this presentation, which was very good. We have a whole bunch of questions here that are kind of different. For instance, whether we should continue to have large family, how we define large family, things like that. But I'm going to ask a few questions right now since you just gave this. So when you're talking about caliper of trees, do you mean the difference between a one-year-old tree that's maybe an inch in diameter or a 2-year-old tree that's 3 inches in diameter?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay.
It could either be the age of the tree or the species of the tree that would lead to the different caliper size.
Right, but it will still grow. It just may
Yes.
take a little longer.
Yes.
Okay, I do think that that's a very reasonable thing. I do think we could consider some amendments to the landscaping, particularly because we have narrowed the lots down to 40 as a minimum with with the affordable housing, I believe. Is that correct? 40 feet wide?
Mayor Pro Tem Christensen, I believe that's correct. I'd need to
Okay.
look at the code and I can
Yeah.
verify that for sure, but we do allow a 20% reduction, so I think, depending on the zoning district you're in, that sounds about right. I can verify that for sure.
Yeah. So that that means that, for instance, the trees in the tree lawn, I have a 50-foot wide, the traditional 50-foot wide lot, and I have 2 trees, and that's true for most of my neighborhood. But if you have a 40-foot wide lot, the trees are not really going to go too well if you have 2 trees in 40 feet. So it would be better anyway to have, say, 1 tree. So I do think that we, with some of these incentives we've already given them, we do need to probably reevaluate the landscaping a little bit. Now, when you talk about building articulation, do you mean the in and out and the up and down? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
But specifically, what would that mean? That do we require them to go in and out and up and down?
Well, you actually have a good system in place right now where you give them options. You say, hey, we're concerned about vertical and horizontal articulation. We want it to come in and out. We want a different use of materials. We're going to let you choose 3 of those options.
Okay.
And show us how you're. And so
Yes.
one way, if somebody would provide an additional amount of affordable housing, instead of 3 options, you might say you have to provide 2 of those options. That's just one
Okay.
idea.
Yes, and that seems reasonable to me as well, because I'm not a big fan of cities determining design and aesthetics. Because we have that, and we have a lot of really boring gray, beige places with a little bit of rock and a little bit of clapboard, and this is very unimaginative, and I know a lot of it has to do with something they're required to do. But if you have a good architect and you have a good builder, you can, I would rather give them some leeway. So I think that's something we could consider. In terms of, in terms of the SES system, I don't want anybody to be waived from this. I would rather than reduce standards, I would rather
Point of
give
order.
them bonus points.
Point order. Why are we writing? There needs to be a motion. So what I'm saying is 4 of us. So this is just individual. I'm just saying that.
Okay.
I'm just
No,
saying that she's going to either make a motion or she's just sharing thoughts.
Okay.
But you guys are writing as if this is really important, and it might be really important. But that's only 1 person out of council.
Yes,
It takes 4 of
okay.
us. Okay,
Understood.
go ahead.
Yes. These are just my feelings about this, and I could make some things, but I think we need to talk about it. And what really appeals to me is this discussion about different options for different types of housings, some of which is called the missing middle, duplexes, quadplexes, cottage zoning, live workspaces, co-housing, cooperative housing, duplexes. But the problem with this is that we have a city where most of it now is master plan communities and HOAs, and this will not take place in any of those. So it will only affect the traditional affordable housing that is in Old Town East and West for the most part. And that will most heavily affect the only affordable housing left in the first place. So we have to be very careful about this, and I would certainly not advocate eliminating single-family housing, because once again, it will only affect Old Town East and West, which are still semi-affordable. rather than do that, we should be working about building density along the Main Street corridor and some of the other places we intend to change, like Boston Avenue and, well, you know, the already high density that we've identified as something we want to include as walkable neighborhoods. So, as far as a motion, I would move that I would move that we not change the enhancements to current incentives, but rather rely on, oh, never mind. I can't codify it right now.
All right, so there's 5 of us in the queue. I'm not going to call in order. I'm actually going to say, does anyone raise your hand if you have questions? Only questions at this point. Okay, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I believe one of these issues out of the 5, number 3, adjust site and building design standards. Don't we have building design standards coming up again in front of council as part of the amendments to the land development code? Or am I incorrect in that statement?
Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Rodriguez, I don't believe that we have any specific design amendments slated. And I'm getting this, Don does not also does not believe that. Yeah, there was numerous changes made with the last round of code updates, including adding quite a few additional standards and modifying what we had. So that may be what you're recalling, because we did talk
I think
pretty
I know what
substantially about that.
It's the Public Works design standards regarding street width and those types of issues,
Okay.
not building design standards that I think you're referring to.
So just to, I guess, for a refresh for me, I remember during my time on planning and zoning as a commissioner, there was a variance that was brought up based on wanting to use a corrugated steel product, which at the time we had kind of an antiquated corrugated steel idea about what corrugated steel looks like, but now we've seen much better products and things like that. Have we incorporated the fact that increased aesthetics have been, so that was part of the updates in our LDC update from last year?
I believe it was, and Tarek's looking for the specific section, because that was one that we talked quite a lot about.
Right, because it's a specific, yes.
Yeah, now I'm seeing the change. So one of the changes was to identify primary building materials versus secondary building materials.
Oh, okay.
And to say that most of the building, as in 50% of the building, has to be comprised of these primary building materials. And then we list a few. So we're not dictating how you design your building. We're giving you a list of options. One of those secondary materials is defined as quality architectural metal panels. And that's an intentional choice of wording there, because when you say corrugated steel, they're doing a lot of cool stuff with that. And so you just have to put that architectural reference to it.
So there are a lot of variety of choices that are built into the code already now. Great, that's awesome. Thank you for that. And then my other question is based on number 5, expand allowed housing types. With our RS, just again as a refresher, our RSF district, our single family district, I do believe we have a conditional use, no conditional use for any duplexes. It's completely all detached single-family housing.
There is the potential to do an accessory dwelling unit, but that would be the only additional unit type that you could have in the RSF. That was a discussion, and it kind of went back and forth, but ultimately it was decided that in the single-family residential single-family neighborhood, you would have just single-family detached housing.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions, and I'm going to not make a motion at this time. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anybody else have questions at this point? Dr. Waters?
Thanks, Mayor Bagley. Real quick, some of the incentives, like density or height bonuses, are easy for me to imagine how they're going to be computed and accounted for. I'm less clear on things like adjusting landscape standards, that some adjustment actually translates into pricing homes to reflect the lower standard or a lower standard that we've allowed developers to meet. So just talk about and maybe we're really clear on this, I just would like to be clear, how do we hold builders accountable for passing along reduced cost for landscaping to purchasers?
That is a very difficult question to answer, Councilman Waters. I appreciate the question. Really, your options are to consider what you think is good policy, to consider how your code might reflect that policy direction, and then hold your builders accountable to the regulations that you have in place. If you are requiring the building community to provide a certain number of affordable housing units to be eligible for that incentive, say reduced landscaping, then that is your trigger at that point. You will not approve that development application. You're not eligible for that incentive if you're not providing. Now, your definition of what is affordable is also, that can change over time. As council decides, we're going to change what we think is affordable. So there are lots of different ways you can hold them accountable to providing the affordable housing. But for the incentives, it's just codified. It is the rule.
I think the answer is how do you pass it on? I think you say, well, you need to, if you wanted to provide an additional incentive, we're requiring you to do 12%, you need to do 20%. And that's just the threshold they have to hit to get that
So
reduced.
that's the way you do it.
That's the way you do it, because otherwise I think it's pretty hard
All
to.
right, well, that makes sense. Were you raising your cast?
No.
Oh, I thought you were raising.
No, I'm just elevating my arm, sorry.
Oh. You going to tell us what happened to you later?
Bike crash.
Okay. I wondered if that was the case. So I do have a question about this possibility of allowing flexibility within the SES. I interpreted what you said to mean this: the possibility that because somebody builds more affordable housing in area A, they get a pass on doing something within an environmentally sensitive area.
Well, not exactly. So as you have seen the different legs of the stool that will fit into the SES system, environmental, social, and now I'm drawing a blank, economic, you might say that, hey, you are meeting a very high need of a social issue that we've identified within that system. Therefore, we are going to give you a break on one of the environmental points, for an example.
Right.
We just don't know until that plays out that what are the deals you're willing to negotiate on for folks that are willing to go above the 12%.
So that's assuming that we would be building in environmentally sensitive housing in areas to which we would be applying the SES, which initially we're talking about environmentally sensitive areas.
I think if I could add, it's important, obviously with any of these, really what we're looking for tonight is kind of that, again, as Tarek said, do any of these resonate with you? That one in particular, we'd need a lot more work on because that system doesn't exist yet. Yeah. I think what we heard from council, though, when you did discuss this several weeks ago, was that there are certain things you don't want exempted. And so really our idea was more of looking at it, if you were building a project in one of these areas, could you get bonus points, for example, rather than having something waived or having something go away. So obviously we'd need more direction from you.
Another question. We heard Kevin earlier tonight talk about conflicts in code between land code and design standards. Is that what's the magnitude or the nature of that problem, and how easily is it resolved, or is it, from your perspective as a planner, a problem? Sounds like it's a problem for the developer.
Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Waters, Public Works and Natural Resources has been working to update those design standards and construction specifications, and I think those will be coming to council. So certainly when we adopted Envision and then did code updates, we made some substantial changes, as Tarek mentioned, which resulted in some conflicts between our design standards. I think we've been working kind of through those.
So it's a
and
work in progress.
Yeah, and
All
Public
right.
Works has a good idea of what those are, so you'll see those probably in the upcoming months.
Here's my last question, and this really probably goes more to Harold. I think we need to have a conversation about credits, right? Now there's nothing in this about credits. As part of our ordinance, we approved credits. Developers can earn credits if they exceed the 12%. There's a whole nother conversation about earning credits that I think we need to have. Should it be in this conversation or the next agenda item?
Probably trying to.
It seems to me it's this one because I see the heads in the back are nodding.
Yeah,
this one. So let me just lay it out.
I think I need to understand what you're talking
Well,
about.
so unrelated to this set of incentives, but in the broader context of housing options, right, from transitional to affordable to accessible, we have an aspiration that the property we purchased around the suites, adjacent to some private property that we have been interested in the possibility of somebody acquiring, whether it's us or somebody else. When we bought that property, we had a conversation about public-private partnerships and what that might look like. So if a developer walked in tonight and said, I'll purchase the adjacent land, I'll build a navigation center, I will build a village of transitional homes, I will build affordable housing, right? I'll build everything Longmont aspires and desires in that area. No MB issues, no zoning issues, right? I just want to know as a developer, if I spend however many millions of dollars that's going to be, how many credits will I earn in terms of my next development or developments in terms of other housing that I want to build? What would be our answer? Have we talked about it? Do we have an answer? Kathy's coming to the rescue.
Mayor Bagley and Councilmember Waters, anything above, right now, anything above 12% would earn a credit. As long as it can use land development code incentives, as long as it didn't use financial incentives that the city provides.
This is a little different conversation because if I'm the developer, I'm building an entire project that's all transitional and affordable housing, right? With whatever else we need around that housing to support the transition from homelessness to housing, et cetera. It's the calculation. How would you calculate 12% or what's above 12% in that kind of a project?
Well, you take the entire development of the number of units, whatever 12% was, and then whatever they built.
What's a
above that
navigation
12%.
center worth?
I'm sorry?
What's a navigation center worth in terms of credits?
Right now we don't count anything that's not residential.
Here's my point.
Right.
If we have a developer, which I think we do, willing to do what I just described, but we can't answer a question. I think we can't answer the question about what would they earn as credits. What are the incentives that they could take advantage of if they delivered on that, which is, I think, something we need. I think consistent with the vision for the public-private partnership we discussed. But until we have an answer to those questions, I think we're not going to make the kind of progress on this public-private partnership that we had aspired to make.
So, if I may, some of it is working through this process because the voluntary alternative agreement, which is probably what that would fall under, we're still bringing those to council to try and get direction, what is acceptable, what isn't acceptable, and eventually we're going to have parameters around that, so it'll be much easier to be able to provide that information and have more of a guidepost around that.
So our answer would be bring it as a exceptional proposal, and we'll negotiate an answer to the question about credits.
Well,
All right.
well, and I think part of it to jump in is what's the value of what you're talking about. So if you're talking about I've got to be careful because you have an appeal. If you're talking about what the can I reference the VCP? So the VCP component has said we're going to build tiny homes, and associated with that, we're going to have a building that's going to provide wraparound services. I think as you evaluate that, you evaluate what's the value of those wraparound services, and then you can start that conversation and the conversion, and that then goes into the negotiated agreement and the process that's built into the ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Are there other people with questions at this point? Yes. Okay, Councilmember Martin?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I have one big question that it might take all of you to answer. So, I keep hearing, well, it won't apply to anything that's already in an HOA. And I would like to ask a couple of questions about the strength of the covenants of an HOA, because I want to know why not. Why doesn't a city ordinance today, why isn't it capable of overriding existing covenants? And if it is not capable of overriding, and I know this isn't a popular question because all the HOAs are going to get up in arms, and I'm just saying this is a hypothetical at this point, but other cities have done things like said there shall be no pure single-family zoning in this city, and that presumably applies to their HOAs. So I want to know what the situation is, and if those have equal force in law with the city's ordinances, land use and so on, then what are our options for example, negotiating with an HOA to change its covenant, and what does an HOA have to do to change its covenants? And also, I know of one neighborhood in my ward that has lost its HOA that is trying to reconstruct a new HOA, and that seems like a great time to get some concessions about from the new HOA that would favor the city's land use plans. So go. What's the real story with HOAs? How strong are they?
I'm just going to point to Eugene. You want to answer this one before I do?
Mayor and Council, Eugene May, City Attorney. I'm not sure what it's in reference to. The power of HOAs for incentives, for single-family housing zoning?
Right. So so an HOA could say, no auxiliary dwelling units in this neighborhood, thank you very much. So what recourse does the city have to either require or incentivize an HOA to allow density increases?
So HOA covenants are a private contractual agreement between the property owner and the developer.
Mm-hmm.
Those are separate from the city ordinances. If the developer chooses to exercise its private contractual rights, that's between the developer and the property owner. The city doesn't have a role in the HOA covenants.
That much I understand. What I don't understand is what the consequences of that are. In other words,
for the city to interfere with private contractual rights would be problematic, I would
well,
imagine.
so if I had a bigger lot and I wanted to tear down my house, I could do that and build a different house, and my HOA would allow that. But if I wanted to build a duplex, my HOA might not allow that. but the city wants duplexes. So if I understand that, what the covenants are in that case is a promise to my neighbors that I'm not going to build a duplex on my lot. Again, the city wants duplexes. Is there anything we can do?
The city could pass ordinances allowing duplexes, and the HOA would enforce its covenants as it sees fit.
If I might just interject quickly, Councilmember Martin, Mayor Bagley. Of course, your city attorney is exactly right. The city is not party to those private agreements, but that's not what we do when we think about land use regulations moving forward. Just like when you adopted the updated regulations last summer, it doesn't mean that overnight you're going to see every neighborhood have ADUs and you're not going to see co-housing developments everywhere. Those properties can change over time. As an entire subdivision changes hands or is redeveloped long into the future, some of those private agreements may disappear or may change. A lot of them that were approved, especially through private negotiations and even negotiations through planned developments with the city, just have a separate set of rules attached to them that does not preclude them from being rezoned in the future or being obligated to a new set of standards. But as long as those covenants are valid, the city is not party to those. You can only change your own rules.
Right, so what causes the survivability of the covenants? So for example, Southmore Park, right, doesn't have an HOA anymore. It's been there for 60 years, long time, okay? Are those covenants valid anymore? Could I buy 3 houses and put a multifamily dwelling there instead? The city would allow it.
Yeah, in your example, I would just say that each of those properties come with title that probably spells out what they can and cannot do, and probably would include the terms of those covenants.
And so what would be the process for an HOA to change its covenants? Could there be a vote of the homeowners or the property owners? And if so, how is that conducted?
According to the bylaws.
It's the bylaws in terms of the creation of the HOA that dictates how those decisions are made.
Right, and I'm gonna cut us off. I mean, we could go down this, we could have this conversation forever. But
Yeah.
do you have any other questions?
I have a lot of other questions, but a lot of them depend on the answer to that one, and it sounds like nobody's sure.
I think it's important to just recognize that we as a city do not enforce covenants. We enforce our codes.
No, I completely understand that. But what I'm asking is to what extent those covenants limit the city. And I haven't heard anything that tells me the answer.
The covenants don't limit what we can do. They limit what people living in that neighborhood may do. So oftentimes someone will come in from an HOA and say, for example, want to pull a fence permit or want to do something to their house. And what we tell them is, here's what the city code is, but check with your covenants because they may have something different. You know, they may require a certain fence design. We don't enforce that. That's up to them to check with their HOA. And so I would see this being very similar. Some covenants may dictate that you could have a set number of unit per lot. Some may not. I don't know if that's a very common thing. I haven't reviewed many covenants. But certainly if a property was zoned and we had regulations that allowed, for example, duplexes in a certain neighborhood, that's what we would look at. That's what we would give people information on. And then it would be upon them to check with their HOA if there was additional rules that they would need to comply with.
Okay. And in the case of Southmore Park, for example, and I went and bought 3 lots and permitted a multifamily dwelling, then one or more of my neighbors could bring suit based on the covenants associated with the properties I bought, and if nobody did that, then I could just build the building. Is that correct?
The city, again, would not enforce the covenants, so depending on what, how those covenants were
Right,
enforced,
no,
how
I
the
mean,
bylaws
I
were
understand
written.
the city doesn't enforce the covenants.
Generally speaking, the covenants, it's a contractual relationship between the property owner and the HOA, is how I see it.
Yeah, okay. I guess what I was trying to ask is how changing the contractual obligations associated with a piece of property would play out. And clearly nobody wants to commit to a theory on that. So I'll ask my other questions anyway.
I mean, from my perspective, I represent the city. That is a private transaction. We don't advise on private transactions.
No, I'm not asking about advice on. What I'm trying to ask about is how the city gets what it wants in terms of its affordable housing objectives. And what I keep hearing is that the main obstacle are covenants in HOAs to developing the city, a large percentage of the city in ways that we would like to have it grow.
I just want to confirm, we did not state that tonight, that we do not say that the main reason or barrier to affordable housing is private covenants. I just don't know that that's a fact in Longmont. There are many cities that are completely ruled by covenants where only one subdivision may not have covenants associated with them or an HOA. I'm not certain how that plays out in Longmont, so I could not say that that is definitely true.
Okay, I'm not holding you necessarily accountable. I think what I've really been hearing is other council members saying this can't happen in certain neighborhoods because of their HOAs. So obviously we aren't communicating, but.
Well, if I might, because we do need to move this ball forward.
Sure.
And I'm definitely hearing your concern. What the city cannot force people to build what it wants you to build.
I understand that too.
But the city can remove as many barriers as possible to do that.
Right, and if it's a barrier, I'm asking how it gets removed.
So I
That
guess-
is one of the
so I
barriers
guess-
where the city
So I'm
cannot
gonna cut us off. We've been doing this now for about 25 minutes. So I'm cutting us off. So I'm gonna suggest that Councilmember Martin get together with Eugene, and you guys can talk about property theory or property law theory. I got a book, et cetera, and you guys can talk about private contracts versus government ordinances all day long. But it's 10:35, and we've still got to get through this and one more issue. So I'm gonna move on to Councilmember Finley.
Wait a minute, you mean
No,
I have to not ask the rest
It's been
of my
it's
questions?
been 25 minutes. We have to keep going, right? So we're moving along. So the questions need to be, the questions are not supposed to be, I'm going to ask a question so we can then have a discussion. It's ask a question to get information and then move on. And so yeah, we're going to move on. I know that really upsets you, but
It really does upset me
I know.
because I think I should be able to ask my question until I get an answer.
but the answer is there. You're just not understanding it. Meaning that we pass laws, covenants are private, and that's it.
My question was, see, everybody's been telling me what I know,
Mhm.
and what I'm asking for is what would be a method of changing it?
You go to each individual HOA, and you read their charter, and then you gather all the proxies or convince people to show up to an HOA meeting. You either vote majority or 2/3, and everybody in that neighborhood comes together and agrees to change it and allow that neighborhood to conform to whatever we decide to pass.
So why couldn't anybody tell me that 25 minutes ago so I could ask the rest of my questions?
Because I don't know, but I was just sitting here thinking, I don't know. It's been a long time. We got to get through the rest of the meeting. How many other questions do you have, council member?
3, and they're much simpler.
Okay, go ahead. Let's go ahead and ask him.
All right. Reduced lot widths as an incentive. 40 feet is pretty narrow already. What do? We have setbacks, we have minimum distances that buildings have to be apart. So what would be the consequences of reductions? Has anybody figured out how much more of a reduction in lot width is feasible?
I can start off with an answer to that,
Yeah.
Councilwoman Martin. Many communities all around the Front Range and nationwide are approving lot sizes much, much smaller than what you require as the minimums in Longmont. As small as 1,200 square foot lots. As narrow as 22 feet for a
Okay.
single family detached product. The 20% reduction, you're eligible for up to a 20% reduction today if you're providing that 12% affordable units. We're saying, should that reduction percentage be increased? It's not by number of feet. It would depend on what the minimum in the underlying zoning district is. But people are going very, very small.
Okay, thank you. Height bonuses, and the next 2 questions are about, can this be dependent on another factor? And specifically, this seems like an application of the SES. So, would it be legal to offer a height bonus based not only on the affordability that a project brings, but also limited by the topography? Okay, in other words, I can't build a 7-story building on a hill where it's going to block the view of Long's Peak from downtown, but I can build one down in a valley. Is that possible?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And similarly with parking reductions, can they be awarded based on the proximity of the building to to public transit?
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, I believe you have that alternative already in your code through the amendments that you did last year. So it's a matter of looking at the competing priorities and deciding where you want to apply the wiggle room.
Right, okay. So this would be one for Aaron, I guess, or whoever really understands the tool that's in progress. Is that a feasible thing to do with that? A feasible application of the tool, or would we need to direct another way of doing this?
Councilmember Martin, I'm not super familiar with everything that's been discussed with the SES, so I think that'd be something that we need to look at. I don't know if that would be the best place to put it, or if that, depending on what that applies to. So I think that'd be something, if council's interested in, that give us kind of that broad direction, and then we would need to bring options back as we continue to explore how that tool will work.
Okay, then may I move that we direct the staff to look at conditional bonuses based on other environmental factors for the building. Oh, thank you, Polly.
All right, it's been moved and seconded.
I can explain what it means.
Let me repeat the motion. First of all, the motion made by Councilmember Martin is that we are instructing staff or directing staff to look into affordable housing incentives, which relate directly to environmental. What's the word you
That's
used?
not what I said. Which are conditional on environmental aspects of the property. So, for example, I can only get a height bonus if I'm not situated in a place where it would make it unpleasant for the rest of the neighborhood. Or I can get a parking reduction if I have a certain proximity to public transit, if that's not already in the code, but that's what I mean by conditional incentives.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Does anyone want to speak against the motion or for the motion? Actually say against it. Okay, Councilmember Rodriguez?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I would just want the staff to also consider, so this might be an amendment if you're amenable to it, that any conditional approval, or I can't remember exactly how it was put, take into consideration the possibility for expanded neighborhood protection standards.
Can you explain what that means, protection standards?
Sure, it'd be similar to our transition standards to our historic east side and west side neighborhoods from Main Street. That's just a specific example of neighborhood protection standard, but it would be different dependent on where the neighborhood was and what specifically we're protecting. As is, you're talking about a view corridor in concept for a 7-story building is different than a transition standard, necessarily speaking. But that any specific increase in density, height, or something along those lines through the SES system also have the requisite reaction of a particular neighborhood protection standard that might accompany it. And that's my point.
So yes, I accept that, since that's is pretty much what my intent was. I was just stating examples because it wasn't clear at the beginning. But yes, I think that's exactly the idea.
All right, does anyone want to speak against the motion? Dr. Waters?
I wasn't going to speak against the motion. I just want to make certain that I'm not real clear on exactly what this means.
That's why I haven't restated it yet.
Are you all? Are you clear on what, if this passes, what it means?
So the way I understand it is it's really conditional on if you want to add some of these other incentives, we have to take in consideration the surrounding neighborhoods and what the impact of those incentives would have on them. So if you all say we want to do all 5 of these and we want you to do it based on a 20, if they hit at least 20%, we're just not necessarily going to say you're going to get an additional floor if there's a consequence to the neighborhood that is in the area.
Thanks.
That's the way I understand it.
All right, so, I mean, I'm going to call on Councilmember Finley quick, but I just want to point out, which I always say, and that since I've said it since 2011, but I'm here to do the people's work, and I am all for it, but it's 10:45, and every single time we hit this period of night, we start making decisions, and then we have motions to reconsider, and the next week we have to redo, and it's a function of brain power rather than commitment to serve the people. So we're coming up on 11 o'clock, and we are discussing things. What's going through my head is, if you look around right now, we're doing a really good job. We have a good clip going on developing affordable housing in this town. We are doing things that we can continue to do them. I'm not saying that I'm going to vote against these things, but we are going to be fundamentally changing the fabric of this town, which is okay. I just want to make sure that when we do it, we're awake. That's it. So, Councilmember Finley. All right. Okay. All right. So the motion currently before us is, really what I think it means is, we're directing staff to say it's okay to have a height bonus if they are willing to go beyond the 12% affordable housing, so long as we figure out a way not to really upset the people that are already there. Is that what you're saying? And one of the solutions could potentially be, let's look at the transition zones. Is that essentially what the motion is? Right. But essentially, it's that I restate the motion in a way that it's clear.
It's clear to me, yes.
Okay, then. Are you writing this thing?
And I'll be the one doing
All right,
the
great.
bulk of the drafting.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. All right, that passes unanimously. All right, Councilmember Finley is still alive. I'm looking at Council. She's
Just
like
barely.
she's like
Just
this
barely.
husk of a person, dry Indiana Jones type over there. Blow on her, will you?
Yeah,
Put
it's
some
tough.
water on her.
I'm a little jet lagged, but I'm going to persevere. I would move that we instruct our folks here to bring back to us ideas for further reduction of lot area and lot width for additional density, in addition to landscape adjustments and site and building design standards, and expanded housing types.
So can we take these one at a, okay, so point of order. Let's go ahead and take those one at a time.
All right.
So let's see if there's a second. Right. So motion number
Let's
one.
start with reduction of
The
lot
first-
area
the
and
first
lot
one,
width.
The first one that you brought up was, there's a motion on the floor, correct me if I'm wrong, to direct staff to bring back further reduction consideration of lot area and lot width,
Yes, and what that would look like.
and what that would look like.
Mhm.
Is there a second? Second. All right. Is there anyone who wants to speak against the motion? Let's vote. Okay. You gonna speak against it? Mayor Pro Tem. Oops. Go ahead. Sorry, cleared him.
Okay. I do not want to further reduce the 40-foot wide lot at this time. I think that is a sufficiently reduced size that we should see how this plays out over the next year or so and then reconsider that. I think that is has the potential to really create a problem. That's a house that's 30 feet wide because they're 5 feet setbacks on each side. I would just like us not to consider reducing the width of the lot.
One question. Kevin Mulshine insinuated that we don't have 40 feet, but we do have 40 feet, right? Or are we at 50 feet right now?
Mayor Bagley.
I thought we were at 50.
We have 50 feet unless there's an alley, and then it's 40 feet.
Yeah, so.
In the residential single-family zone.
So we're not at 40, we're at 50. Right, but if there's not an alley, right now it's 50. Go ahead.
Okay, never mind.
That's all right.
If it's actually only, yes, I would consider 40 feet wide. I
Right.
withdraw my objection.
All right, so does anyone want to speak against the motion? Councilmember Finley, you are not allowed to speak against your own motion. That's the rule. All right.
This is,
As long as you don't speak against it, I don't care what you say.
this is simply to have our consultants bring us back options. It's
All right, let's-
not like we're voting
Yep.
on a particular
Let's go ahead and vote.
size.
Let's vote. You may not know Dr. Waters. Yes, you can.
A clarifying question. Does that include a recommendation in terms of percentages above the 12? I mean, what would be the threshold? If that, then I'm going to support the motion. Thanks.
All right, let's vote. Okay, sorry, Mayor Pro Tem?
One more thing, I would like this to not just be the percentage of units, but also either more than 12% or an increased number beyond 12% of low income, 30% and below, because that is really where the problem lies in keeping people out of homelessness.
Okay, so we can
So
bring that up after.
two
the-
things.
Right, but we have to make sure that they apply to the motion right now.
Yes, they do. Because right now we're talking about
So that's
projects
out of-
including 12% of
So
units.
what I'm saying is it's out of order, meaning after we do the vote, if you want to do another one, we can. But right now, the motion on the floor is we're directing staff
Okay.
to bring back a further reduction of lot area and lot width and what that would look like. And so after that, if you want to vote, hey, I would like to see this on 30% AMI, we can do that motion.
Well, all right. I just think that it goes with 12. We're only talking really about the percentage of units right now, and we should also be talking about an alternative.
Right.
being-
So what I'm saying is that, so right, yeah, we can do that, but we'll
Okay,
see if
okay.
people want to talk about that after we
Okay.
vote on this one.
All
Right? Okay. Councilmember Martin, you have a question or comment?
Yes, I have a question that, about the substance of this, which, as I've walked cities where there were not 10 feet between buildings, and I am wondering whether, under certain circumstances, the setbacks could be reduced along with the lot width, or whether there's a really strong reason not to do that.
All right, so, all right, that's good. So you can answer that question, but I'm going to start again. This right now, forget even the time. This dais tends to ask these guys the questions. That's a question that maybe we should ask. So answer the question, and then
Mayor,
go ahead.
Mayor Bagley, one of the reasons why we would not want to reduce it any further than the 5 feet to the property line is to accommodate the drainage requirements that we have in order to be able to take the waters that are generated in a rainstorm and get them off the property without them being inhibited and restricted, which could cause flooding. That's the biggest thing that we've heard from Public Works about the concerns of getting any narrower.
Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Rodriguez? All right. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have something else on this issue?
I think it's also so that people can get things in and out of their backyard if they have to move things in, like refrigerators or
Dead bodies.
giant things, dead bodies, yeah. And also there are issues with fire department being able to get back and forth between them. But I agree, but I've asked that question before, and there are reasons.
All right. Now let's go ahead and vote on that motion. All right, that passes unanimously. All right, if we can clear that. All right, Councilmember Rodriguez?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I believe this will go to Mayor Pro Tem's issues. I believe that we are talking about incentives above and beyond our current incentives for affordable housing at the 12% mark. And so I would move that any additional incentives that we vote upon start at at 25% or more percentage of affordable units provided.
Nobody's in queue. I'm going to vote against it only because I've had even they might not do 25. They might do 15. They might do 17. They might do 18. So anyway, it's been moved and seconded. Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay, but that doesn't really address the issue of incentivizing 30% and below or 40% and below AMI. That's something we need to incent because that is where the most need is.
All right, so there's a motion on the floor. Dr. Waters?
Thanks, Mayor Bagley. I'm not certain how to get to that, to the 30% question. I understand where you're going with it. And I don't know if maybe that's captured in the building materials and the other kinds of standards here that allow prices to drop. So, they're more affordable. I don't know. But I was going to comment on there's a motion on the floor. Was it seconded for 25%? For me to vote for that motion, I'd want to know whether or not there's a threshold or a number that is so far above the 12% that it's just not going to be useful because people are going to say, I'm not going to do that. Our consultant mentioned doubling. So, but I would appreciate hearing whether or not there is a threshold or there is a ceiling to say, if it's at that, if it's 25% versus 20 you'll get some takers. 25% is beyond the reach. Could we get a response to that question from the developer or from the consultant?
Do you have an answer yet, or is that something you'd consider and bring back?
I like your second suggestion best, so I'll go with that.
Consider it and
it
bring
really
it back.
it depends on the types of incentives are going to drive which thresholds are actually going to be an incentive or not.
And again, it's 4 minutes to 11, and so I had an interesting. So just nobody's in the queue, but so Mr. McFadden, who has a plan to develop 88 units on 15th Avenue, a block away from my office, which I think it's a great plan. I would support it as mayor, as a private property owner. He wants to build 88 units. He is not utilizing any of the city's year-and-a-half-long affordable housing ordinances. He came to my office upset that he wants to provide 88 units beginning at 60% AMI and below, and he cannot because of our affordable housing ordinance. Because they're rental units. He's going to have to come to council and get permission. And he's unwilling to go through the work without knowing at the end that that's going to be something that we're willing to do. So what I'm saying is that, again, I'm not ripping on affordable housing. I'm just saying it's hard enough to think clearly in this particular sea of government, in this toolbox, or in this sandbox of affordable housing. It's a hard enough topic, and it's almost 11. So I don't want to reach 11 and say, okay, guys, we're going home, and be a total jerk. I'd also don't want a motion saying, let's extend the meeting. I'd like to spend a few minutes talking about what are we going to do as a council with this and with the updates to the affordable housing financial incentives to make sure that we, A, don't rush through it, and B, make sure that we give it the appropriate time, consideration, et cetera. So I personally think that we should continue this discussion next week. That's what I think. Harold, is that a possibility?
Let me look at, yeah, we can, if council directs it, we can move it. I'm just
Given
not sure
all the
what's on
timelines, I'm just saying that,
the next
I mean,
agenda. I've got to pull it up.
that is my, so I guess that is my motion, that we adjourn and then pick this up in a week. No, we have to vote on the motion. You're right. Well, actually, you can. The motion to adjourn is, yeah, actually, yeah, that motion to adjourn takes precedent, but the motion on the table would be the first thing we take up after the pledge, public invited to be heard, that kind of stuff. Okay. All right. So, Mayor Pro Tem.
Haven't we already just given them what they need to move forward with this particular thing, with the motion to
The 25%?
come back with all of these?
Well, and the only concern, I mean, we've talked off mic about that, but then there's adjust landscape standards, enhance current, those are just the bullet points. So enhance current incentives, like I have a problem with the parking reduction. Someone else thought it would be a good idea to do a lot and area width. So that list, there's bullet points underneath that it's not as simple as saying, oh yeah, just go.
Okay.
So, all right, so.
Then I guess we need to do that.
Right, so we have a motion on the floor.
Scheduling issue for next week, but if we
Okay.
can bring it back as soon as the consultant is available to be here.
That's fine.
If that's
fine, but the motion is to adjourn tonight and reconvene on this issue as soon as practical. Okay, let's vote. All right, that passes. Whoa, Councilmember Peck wants to spend the night. All right. Yeah, that's probably true, but we enjoy each other's company. We do. All right, so that passes 6-1 with Councilmember Peck opposed. So before I bang this gavel, is there anything that anybody needs to say from the staff that's absolutely critical that we need to know between now and next week? Same question of council. Is there anything else that's pressing or urgent that we need to discuss? All right, seeing none. Yes. Yes, I will be out of town Wednesday through Monday. So Mayor Pro Tem, good luck with that. And Harold, talk to her. All right, we are adjourned. No, this week. This week, yeah.